Chapter 1342. In the secret hall of the core area. That brat actually has the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and the Heavens Legacy Cat as his helpers. Ancient God Nether Spring furiously bellowed. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon had a sliver of the Destruction dragon race bloodline. Although it was a peak rank 7, its true strength was not that of an ordinary rank 8 ancient god. And the Heavens Legacy Cat was even more unfathomable. Because of this, his plan to gang up and attack was completely ruined. In fact, the Heavenly Dragon Spacelock Formation had even become a prison for the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Damn it! Both of my Samsara immortal bodies are dead. I can't see what's going on. Ancient God Nether Spring clenched his fists, exuding a gloomy and sinister energy. The Heavens Legacy Cat seemed to be doing this on purpose, killing the Samsara immortal bodies first. Although Ancient God Nether Spring had many Samsara immortal bodies, the power displayed by Zhao Feng's group wasn't enough. Once those ordinary Samsara immortal bodies got close, they would just be sending themselves to death. Furthermore, if one was sucked into the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror and refined into a lightning soul crystal, even a Samsara immortal body would not be able to revive. You too, hurry up and get there. Ancient God Nether Spring ordered the Devil Saint God duo. Given the current situation, only the Devil Saint God duo could deal with Zhao Feng and the others. As for that rank 9 Samsara immortal body, because it was in the outer regions of the Heavenly Demon Hall, it was the furthest away. It would still take some time for it to rush over. Elder, I found the information on the peak stage tier 8 mechanical puppet. An operator found out who the owner of the mechanical puppet was based on its appearance. He immediately questioned the owner and obtained all the information. He then relayed all this information to Ancient God Nether Spring. What? That kid killed Ancient God Azura Gate as soon as he snuck in and none of you noticed? Ancient God Nether Spring had just calmed down, but now his mind was once more set aflame. There was no way to vent the rage in his heart. The people in the secret hall immediately fell silent. After a long while, Ancient God Nether Spring calmed down and began to think. That brat seems to have known everything about the surroundings since the beginning. Ancient God Nether Spring's face chilled. The Heavenly Demon Hall's construction materials were special, and it was reinforced by an array formation, which had a strong divine sense blocking effect. However, Zhao Feng, who was fighting the Type 8 mechanical golem, seemed to be aware of everything around him. At this moment, Ancient God Nether Spring encountered a new situation through his Samsara immortal body. It's Ancient God Luo Ling. Ancient God Nether Spring's voice was icy cold. At this moment, Ancient God Luo Ling was preparing to sneak into the secret hall. But there were far too many patrollers in the core area, including many of Ancient God Nether Spring's Samsara immortal bodies. Just a moment ago, Ancient God Luo Ling was discovered by a Samsara immortal body. Fortunately, she immediately retreated. How could this be? Ancient God Luo Ling felt that something was amiss. Charging in at a time like this was far too dangerous. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to retreat. Furthermore, she had a way to leave the Heavenly Demon Hall. Why don't we help him? Ancient God Luo Ling suddenly thought of Zhao Feng. Previously, when she decided to enter the secret hall again, Zhao Feng warned her that it was too dangerous, but Ancient God Luo Ling did not listen to his advice. Moreover, looking at Zhao Feng's appearance, it seemed like he had no way of leaving the Heavenly Demon Hall and was waiting for an opportunity. Just take it as returning his favor. Ancient God Luo Ling whispered before leaving. Once Ancient God Luo Ling left, a rank 8 Samsara immortal body appeared nearby, but it exuded the soul energy of a rank 9 ancient god. Ancient God Luo Ling and that brat are together. Ancient God Nether Spring once more fell into thought. He still didn't know Zhao Feng's true identity and believed that Zhao Feng was the same as Ancient God Luo Ling, a member of the space-time sacred land. Could ancient god Luo Ling be planning to meet up with that brat and leave this place with the Heaven's legacy cat? Ancient god Nether Spring's eyes flashed. If ancient god Luo Ling met up with Xiao Feng, the devil-saint god duo would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Not even a rank 9 samsara immortal body would be able to deal with them, and the Heaven's legacy cat might also be taken away. If I don't capture you, what face will I have left? Ancient god Nether Spring growled. The Heavenly Demon Hall only had 2 infiltrators in total. The 2 of them were about to meet up. This meant that ancient god Nether Spring no longer needed to oversee this place. Even if something else happened, nothing was more important than the Heaven's legacy cat and the 2 infiltrators. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, ancient god Nether Spring's body transformed into a fog of dusk and vanished from the secret hall. Where do you think you're going? If you have the skills, fight me. Ancient god Azura Gate angrily roared. Ever since the celestial dragon's spatial lock array was laid down, Xiao Feng had not fought with him. Instead, he had attacked the other members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Just a moment ago, a rank 7 ancient god had been killed in front of him. This feeling of helplessness and humiliation made ancient god Azura Gate almost lose his mind. Xiao Feng coldly laughed. He didn't fight with ancient god Azura Gate, not because he was afraid of him. It was just that killing ancient god Azura Gate was rather troublesome. If he allowed the others here to escape, he would suffer a loss. Thus, Xiao Feng decided to kill the others first. Whoosh! In a flash of golden light, Xiao Feng appeared in front of an azure-robed, rank 7 ancient god. Hurry and undo the array. The azure-robed ancient god grimaced in panic at the sight of Xiao Feng charging at him. The celestial dragon spatial lock array was created by 4 people using a special tool. Undoing it required 4 people, or else it would be extremely troublesome. 2 of the samsara immortal bodies had died, and Xiao Feng had killed one while the other was being held down by the black destruction serpent dragon. At this moment, only the red-haired man and the azure-robed ancient god were left. The 2 of them had begun to undo the array the moment the black destruction serpent dragon and the Heaven's legacy cat appeared, but they had yet to succeed. 9 lightning soul refinement. Xiao Feng activated the supreme quality divine artifact, the 9 lightning soul refining mirror. Oh no! The azure-robed ancient god immediately stopped trying to undo the array and began to flee. Swish! However, the speed of the 7 chains was not the slightest bit slower than him. They followed closely behind him like venomous lightning snakes. As long as he relaxed for a moment, he would be entangled. Don't even think about succeeding. At this moment, ancient god Azura Gate charged at Xiao Feng. The sword in his hand madly danced, unleashing countless massive blades that filled the world. Chaos Origin Shield. Xiao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin divine power, forming a dark and twisted shield of light around himself. Ignoring ancient god Azura Gate, he focused all his attention on the azure-robed ancient god. Don't! The azure-robed ancient god held in fear. Klingling! His soul was dragged out by the 7 lightning chains. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Collect! Xiao Feng's 9 lightning soul-refining mirror took in another soul. Meow! On the side, the little thieving cat was happily dancing around, completely uninvolved. It only killed ancient god Netherspring's 2 samsara immortal bodies and didn't care about anything else. This was Xiao Feng's order. After all, if they were killed by the little thieving cat, they still had a chance to be revived. If the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror absorbed their souls, not only could it avoid this, but it could also refine them into lightning soul crystals. How could this be? The red-haired man in the array was dumbstruck. They had originally created a trapping array to surround and kill Xiao Feng, but now they were being imprisoned and slaughtered by Xiao Feng. Whoosh! Xiao Feng flew toward the black destruction serpent dragon. At this moment, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's opponent, was on the verge of death. 9 Lightning Soul Refinement. Zhao Feng activated the 9 Lightning Soul Refining Mirror and took in another person. The only ones left in the array were Ancient God Azura Gate and the red-haired man. At this moment, a rank 8 Ancient God arrived outside the array. What happened? How could this be? The rank 8 Ancient God was stunned. Before coming, he was worried that he would be too late and that the intruder would already be captured. He didn't expect to be greeted by this sight. He wanted to go in and help the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall, but he couldn't break the Celestial Dragon Spatial Lock Array. All he could do was stare in a daze at what was happening inside the array. This can't be real. This kid, how could this be? The red-haired man and Ancient God Azura Gate were both stunned and filled with deep fear. Only the 2 of them were left, but they were keenly aware that they were no match for Zhao Feng's group. And the powerful reinforcements of the Heavenly Demon Hall had yet to arrive. Were they also going to die here? They were keenly aware that once the 9 Lightning Soul-Refining Mirror absorbed their souls, they wouldn't even have a chance to be revived. Kill him first. Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, glanced at each other, and then they attacked the red-haired man. The red-haired man and Ancient God Azura Gate were both rank 8s, but Ancient God Azura Gate was a peak rank 8, making him rather difficult to deal with. No. The red-haired man screamed as he madly fled. But in terms of speed, he wasn't as fast as Zhao Feng, and with the restriction of space, he had nowhere to run. 9 Lightning Soul Refinement. Zhao Feng activated the 9 Lightning Soul Refining Mirror, sending 7 chains of lightning howling forward. Destruction Dragon Flame. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon unleashed 2 balls of scarlet-black flame from its claws. These flames instantly transformed into 2 scarlet-black tornadoes that wreaked havoc and annihilated all. Hurry and save me. If we work together, we might be able to deal with them. The red-haired man was in grave danger and asked Ancient God Azura Gate for help. We've lost. Even if we work together, we're no match for them. Ancient God Azura Gate had a sorrowful expression. He was no match for Zhao Feng, and the red-haired man was no match for the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Besides, there was also the Heaven's Legacy Cat watching from the side. Earth-shaking Nova. Zhao Feng seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful eye bloodline technique. Boom! Bang! The red-haired man's body was bombarded by chaotic energy, and his entire body was blasted to pieces. Klingling! His soul was dragged into the 9 Lightning Soul-Refining Mirror by the chains of lightning. The only person left in the array was Ancient God Azura Gate. Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, both looked at him. No, I don't want to die. Ancient God Azura Gate gave a shrill howl. Suddenly, his body began to exude frightening ripples of energy. Not good. Self-detonate. Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, immediately retreated and put up layers of defenses. This way I won't have to die. Ancient God Azura Gate had a pained and sorrowful look on his face. By detonating his soul, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to take it away. This way, he still had a chance to be revived. Ancient God Azura Gate bitterly smiled. He had never imagined that he would be forced into this situation, that he would have to use self-detonation for a chance at survival. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped up to Zhao Feng and extended a paw, unleashing a screen of runes. This screen was imbued with sealing intent and seemed capable of suppressing any kind of energy. Boom! Bang! A terrifying storm of energy swept through the Celestial Dragon Spatial Lock Array. The world faintly trembled, and the Celestial Dragon Spatial Lock Array was blown to pieces. The surroundings were empty, and the rank 8 ancient god outside the array sensed that something was wrong and had long ago fled. However, Zhao Feng noticed that someone had appeared not far behind ancient god Azura Gate's explosion. Chapter 1343. Ancient god Luoling originally planned to find Xiao Feng and take him away with her. After all, the two of them had worked together at the very beginning, and later on, Xiao Feng had kindly warned ancient god Luoling taking Xiao Feng away from this place would be as easy as lifting a finger. But when she arrived at the place where Xiao Feng was hiding, she sensed enormous ripples of energy and heaven-shaking explosions. At the start, ancient god Luoling believed that Xiao Feng's hiding place had been discovered by the heavenly demon hall and that the two sides were fighting. She prepared to rush over and help Xiao Feng. But when she arrived at the celestial dragon spatial lock array, she saw that Xiao Feng and the Black Destruction serpent dragon were working together to kill the red-haired man, while the peak rank 8 puppet had chosen to self-detonate. The man and puppet had expressions of pain, grief, helplessness, and humiliation. This sight was a massive blow to ancient god Luoling. Although Xiao Feng had a helper, it was only a peak rank 7, yet it was still enough to force his opponent into the state. This was not something that someone who had just broken into rank 8 could do. If ancient god Luoling hadn't worked together with Xiao Feng at the very beginning, she would have never believed that the person in the 5-colored mist was Xiao Feng. He killed a rank 8 ancient god in a direct confrontation and even forced a peak rank 8 puppet to self-detonate. Ancient god Luoling's face was rather dazed. A peak rank 8 puppet had actually chosen to self-detonate without any intention of fighting. It was hard to imagine just what had happened in the celestial dragon spatial lock array. At this moment, Xiao Feng also noticed ancient god Luoling. How did you come here? Xiao Feng looked at ancient god Luoling and asked, didn't ancient god Luoling go to the core secret hall? Even if she failed, she should have been looking for a chance to escape. Why did she come to find him? At this moment, the little thieving cat used some sort of method to easily undo the celestial dragon spatial lock array. Ancient god Luoling grimaced. Because of the array, her senses weren't very complete. Now that the array formation had disappeared, she instantly felt an intense aura of death. Obviously, it wasn't just the red-haired man and the mechanical puppet that had died in this formation. Ancient god Luoling suddenly turned to the Black Destruction serpent dragon. Destruction dragon tribe. Ancient god Luoling was even more shocked. The aura of the Black Destruction serpent dragon caused her bloodline to tremble slightly. Although the Black Destruction serpent dragon's bloodline was extremely weak, it was still the bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race, which was ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 ancient races. The strongest Destruction Dragon race bloodline was even comparable to the 8 Great God Eye bloodlines. I saw you hiding there and thought you couldn't get out, so I came back to take you away. Ancient God Luoling hesitated for a few moments before speaking. Now, she had already regarded Xiao Feng as an equal existence to her. He had just broken through to the 8th Order, yet he had such a shocking battle record. He was not inferior to her at all. Xiao Feng's mind stirred. He was indeed waiting for an opportunity to leave. But if he left with ancient god Luoling, he would definitely attract the attention of the space-time sacred land. Back in the wild ancient secret dimension, Xiao Feng had taken the space-time robe from the space-time sacred lands team, sowing a grudge. Xiao Feng was just about to refuse when an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Let's make a deal. Xiao Feng straightforwardly said, I'll take you out. I don't need anything from you. A hint of disdain flashed through ancient god Luoling's eyes. Xiao Feng's words caused ancient god Luoling to mistakenly believe that Xiao Feng meant that she wanted to take Xiao Feng out for some treasure on Xiao Feng's body. However, ancient god Luoling truly did desire the space-time robe. You misunderstand. I want to make another deal with you. Xiao Feng faintly smiled. Ancient god Luoling was startled for a moment, and then her face slightly blushed. What deal? Ancient god Luo Ling whispered. I'll let you enter the space-time robes dimension and break into rank 9, and you'll help me with something. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. You want me to break into rank 9 and enter the space-time robes dimension? Ancient god Luo Ling was stunned. One had to realize that each of the 3 ranks of the ancient god realm was extremely difficult to break through. Even with the help of a higher-level expert, breaking through was not something that could be done just because one wanted to. And the person who was saying this to ancient god Luo Ling was someone with a lower cultivation than her. In addition, entering the space-time robes dimension was equivalent to feeling out the core of the space-time robe. Although the space-time robe already had a master, once Zhao Feng was heavily injured or ancient god Luo Ling had some special method, she was completely capable of taking it away. Heavenly God Liquid? Have you heard of it? Zhao Feng asked. Only by taking the Heavenly God Liquid for the first time would one have an extremely high chance of breaking through. Zhao Feng had never heard of this Heavenly God Liquid before. It was probably a treasure developed by the Heaven's legacy race for breaking through. Thus, ancient god Luo Ling had probably never taken the Heavenly God Liquid before. Ancient god Luo Ling shook her head, indicating that she had never heard of it. This treasure has a certain chance of allowing a rank 9 true god expert to directly break into a rank. The lower one's cultivation, the higher the chance. I use this treasure to break into rank 8 ancient god. You're already peak rank 8, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Zhao Feng began to explain the details to ancient god Luo Ling. Although peak rank 8 wasn't much of a problem, Zhao Feng didn't dare to guarantee it with 100% certainty. No one could say for sure about something like probability. Thus, he first explained the situation clearly. I agree. Ancient god Luo Ling immediately agreed. The deal that Zhao Feng proposed was only beneficial to her. Okay, Zhao Feng took out a contract scroll. The primary purpose of the contract was to restrict ancient god Luo Ling so that after she entered the space-time robe dimension, she wouldn't be able to do anything to the space-time robe and would have to focus on breaking through. Zhao Feng then gave one of the 2 remaining portions of Heavenly God Liquid to ancient god Luo Ling Swish. With a wave of the space-time robe, ancient god Luo Ling and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, both entered the dimension. Clink-clang. The little thieving cat tossed out several bronze coins and then pointed in a certain direction. Zhao Feng flew off in the direction that the little thieving cat had pointed. In a certain secret cultivation room, a figure suddenly appeared. Elder, the intruders have fled to the east. He immediately took out his token and sent a message. Originally, this person was following ancient god Netherspring's orders and heading to the target location to surround and kill Zhao Feng. However, the situation had changed, and they had also received orders not to approach the target location. Thus, quite a few members of the Heavenly Demon Hall were hiding in the vicinity of the target location, including ancient god Netherspring's Samsara immortal body. Within the Heavenly Demon Hall, ancient god Netherspring was traveling at full speed. His Eye of Samsara was not skilled in combat, and his speed was no exception. Thus, he wasn't just a little bit slower than ancient god Luo Ling, a descendant of the space-time god Eye. At this moment, he took out a token and sensed it. You think you can escape? Ancient god Netherspring coldly snorted. This time he was personally taking action. The 2 intruders were doomed, and the Heaven's legacy cat wouldn't be able to escape. No, to the east. Ancient god Netherspring grimaced, and then he began to think. Damn, they're fleeing in the safest direction. Ancient god Netherspring immediately began to curse. His rank 9 Samsara immortal body was coming from the west while he was traveling from the north. Coincidentally, Zhao Feng was fleeing to the east. Did Zhao Feng know all this? It has to be the Heaven's legacy cat. Ancient god Netherspring immediately understood. The Heaven's legacy cat had been staying at Zhao Feng's side this entire time. The mighty Heaven's legacy cat was completely capable of predicting this sort of thing. It's just prolonging the time before you die. Ancient God Netherspring didn't care. In addition, the Devil-Saint God duo would probably catch up to Zhao Feng first. He didn't need them to capture Zhao Feng, just disturb and restrain Zhao Feng's group. If they wanted to, it would be fine as long as they didn't lose him. Once Ancient God Netherspring and his rank 9 Samsara immortal body arrived, everything would be settled. The corridors of the Heavenly Demon Hall were as complicated as a maze. The wings on Zhao Feng's back flapped, and his body transformed into a faint golden streak of light as he flew through the corridors. I hope that Ancient God Luoling can break through soon, Zhao Feng thought to himself. In truth, he could just leave with Ancient God Luoling. However, Zhao Feng was still somewhat unwilling to just leave, so he made a deal with Ancient God Luoling. Once Ancient God Luoling broke into rank 9, they would be able to do as they pleased in the Heavenly Demon Hall. In addition, the greatest beneficiary of this deal was Ancient God Luoling. From a certain perspective, Zhao Feng had also established a good relationship with the space-time sacred land. They came so quickly. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. At a fork in the road, Zhao Feng suddenly took a turn. At the same time, the Devil-Saint God duo suddenly appeared at the entrance to the corridor. An infiltrator. The two of them immediately cried out in alarm. They had received Ancient God Netherspring's order that they only needed to hold down the infiltrator and not lose him. When they first saw Zhao Feng, the two of them were given quite a fright. Based on what Ancient God Netherspring had said, Zhao Feng's group was far stronger than them, so they could not engage in a direct confrontation. But in reality, Zhao Feng had fled the moment he saw them. If Zhao Feng's group was stronger than them, why would he run? The Devil-Saint God duo found it rather hard to understand. After him, the two immediately pursued, but Zhao Feng paid them no attention. Moreover, Zhao Feng was just a little faster than them. If this continued, they were certain to be thrown off. Damn, this kid is even faster than us. The Devil-Saint God duo felt like they had lost a great deal of face. In truth, if Zhao Feng flew at full speed, the two of them would have never been able to catch up. However, Zhao Feng had just experienced a major battle and was quite exhausted. He had more important things to do, so there was no need to waste energy on this. Moreover, it wasn't important whether he could throw off these two or not. Ghost Demon Blade. Holy Light Fairy Spirit Sword. The Devil-Saint God duo unleashed powerful attacks to interfere with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng dodged a few times, but he continued to ignore the two as he recklessly charged through the corridors of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Still not done. Taking too long would be dangerous. Zhao Feng sent his mind into the space-time robe. At this moment, Ancient God Luoling was at a crucial moment in forming her divine stage. Suddenly, the fleeing Zhao Feng slowed down. Oh no! Zhao Feng grimaced as he turned and charged toward the Devil-Saint God duo. Haha, where do you think you're going? The Devil-Saint God duo coldly laughed as they charged at Zhao Feng. They were not at all surprised by Zhao Feng's sudden abnormality. At this moment, a powerful energy that made one's mind tremble came from nearby. Gradually, the air became scorching hot, and the air crackled with electricity. Intruder die! A deafening roar reverberated through the air. A massive red figure appeared at the end of the corridor. It had a human body and a dragon head, 2 wings on its back, and a savage and tyrannical face. This was none other than a rank 9 Samsara immortal body, an expert of the Thunderflame ancient dragon race. Chapter 1344. Intruder die! The powerful being of the Thunderflame ancient dragon tribe roared the moment he appeared, causing the void around him to tremble slightly. Rank 9 Samsara Immortal Body. Without another word, Zhao Feng turned and fled. If this was an ordinary rank 9 ancient god, Zhao Feng might have been able to fight back with his 2 supreme quality divine artifacts. But this Thunderflame ancient dragon had been a terrifying race that specialized in combat while alive, and now that it had an immortal body, clashing with it was tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the Devil Saint God duo was nearby. "Get out of my way!" Zhao Feng had only just turned around when he saw the Devil Saint God duo attacking him. He immediately circulated his Chaos Origin divine power to form a dark and twisted shield of light, and then he activated the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Swish! The 9 lightning soul-refining mirror fiercely spewed out an incomparably huge lightning dragon. This astonishing energy and lightning left the Devil Saint God duo slightly alarmed. But as Samsara immortal bodies, they had nothing to fear. Forbidden illusion, lost world. As the Devil Saint God duo prepared to unleash a powerful attack, Zhao Feng's left eye immediately used a soul illusion technique. Although the Devil Saint God duo were both peak rank 8, they were still momentarily confused by Zhao Feng's illusion technique. Boom! Bang! Crash! The Devil Saint God duo was on the back foot, and the enormous lightning dragon tore through them, causing their bodies to shatter and fall back. Zhao Feng used this opening to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" The rank 9 Samsara immortal body bellowed and waved its hand. Kaboom! A dazzling dragon of lightning and fire shot forward. In both momentum and power, it far surpassed the lightning dragon attack unleashed by Zhao Feng's 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. The lightning dragon left a trail of destruction in its wake. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng immediately activated the space-time robe, unleashing a spatial layer that seemed both real and fake. The moment the lightning dragon touched this space-time energy, it was immediately affected. Rumble. Hiss. A few moments later, the space-time energy was blasted apart by the lightning dragon. But by this time, Zhao Feng had already fled. "Quickly chase after him. Don't let that brat get away." The Devil Saint God duo immediately shouted. Now that ancient god Netherspring's rank 9 Samsara immortal body had arrived, did the intruder still have the strength to resist? Even if he fled with all his might, he would not be able to escape the Thunderflame ancient dragon's palm. "There's no hurry," the Thunderflame ancient dragon said in a low voice. The Devil Saint God duo were just about to question him when they received a message from ancient god Netherspring. This infiltrator has probably already met up with ancient god Luoling. He also has the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and the Heaven's Legacy Cat as helpers. Capture him if you can, but don't let him escape. "Is that so? But, Master, why did you come personally?" After hearing that, the Devil Saint God duo was taken aback. If what their master said was true, the 2 of them and the Thunderflame ancient dragon might not be able to capture Zhao Feng. But if ancient god Netherspring personally came, there would be no problem. Although the Eye of Samsara was not skilled in combat, ancient god Netherspring was still a rank 9 ancient god. His strength could not be underestimated. At this moment, everyone in the Heavenly Demon Hall will listen to my orders and gather around you. When the time comes, I'll have them taste despair. Ancient god Netherspring coldly snorted, his icy words echoing in their souls. Ancient god Netherspring's hatred for Zhao Feng was indescribable. For the sake of victory in this operation, ancient god Netherspring had brought out all his strength and was even personally taking action. In addition, he had mobilized everyone in the Heavenly Demon Hall that he could mobilize. He had mobilized such a large force just to kill 2 intruders and capture the Heaven's Legacy Cat. It's not in a rush to catch up? Zhao Feng was rather surprised. In normal circumstances, the rank 9 Samsara immortal body would have put all its effort into capturing him. With the Thunderflame ancient dragon's speed, it wouldn't be too difficult for it to catch up to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had already made his preparations. If he was no match, he would use his trump cards and have the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and the Heaven's Legacy Cat take action. If that still didn't work, he would call for reinforcements from the ancient Dream Realm. But while the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon and the Devil Saint God duo were still pursuing Zhao Feng, they weren't putting much effort into it. That's fine. Since you've given me time, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. Zhao Feng chuckled as he continued to flee. All the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall that could move were under ancient god Netherspring's orders. In a secret room, a thin woman had a fearful expression. She was one of the members who had worked together with ancient god Profound Devil's group to massacre the ruins of the Heaven's legacy race. It really is him. Ancient god Profound Devil and the others are all dead. The thin woman was rather disappointed. After all, the 6 of them had been carrying out missions for many years, but now she was the only one left. The thin woman suddenly took out a message token. After receiving ancient god Netherspring's message, she did not move. The thin woman had interacted with Zhao Feng many times, so she had enough clues. She could use the Eye of Destiny to roughly predict what would happen to her. The bad side: capture the infiltrator. Everyone will be rewarded with contribution points. A white-haired old man excitedly made his move. All the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall began to move in a general direction. As for the fleeing Zhao Feng, he finally realized what was happening. His god spiritual, I could see that there were quite a few people moving around, but none of them had appeared to attack him. I didn't think that the Heavenly Demon Hall would mobilize such a large force just to deal with me. Zhao Feng helplessly smiled. These people were truly overestimating him. Up ahead, what's that? Zhao Feng's eyes froze. At the same time, Zhao Feng felt an enormous pressure from behind him. The area around him became scorching hot, and lightning could be faintly seen. Boom! The Thunderflame Ancient Dragon and the Devil Saint God duo suddenly exerted their greatest speed and pursued. At the same time, several unfamiliar figures began to appear around Zhao Feng. Although they couldn't see Zhao Feng, they had received someone's orders and knew where to go, so they were rapidly surrounding Zhao Feng. Let me see just how long you can be so arrogant. At this moment, a cold and resounding roar came from up ahead. Boom! Bang! Crash! As an enormous energy crushed down, the surrounding buildings collapsed and shattered. A moment later, a pitch-black figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. He was dressed in a black robe, and he was shrouded in a gloomy and sinister mist. His eyes that seemed to lead to the underworld were locked onto Zhao Feng. When ancient god Netherspring saw Zhao Feng, his face became abnormally savage and terrifying. Anger, agitation, and resentment all appeared on his face. Rank 9 Samsara god I descendant. Zhao Feng indifferently stared at ancient god Netherspring. Zhao Feng had exchanged many blows with ancient god Netherspring, but this was the first time the two had ever met. I didn't think that you would personally take action. Zhao Feng truly hadn't expected this. It seemed like ancient god Netherspring's hatred for him had already reached its limit. Zhao Feng finally understood why the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon hadn't immediately killed him. Ancient god Netherspring wanted to torture Zhao Feng, personally kill him, and even turn him into a samsara immortal body so that Zhao Feng would beg for death. At this moment, the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon and the Devil Saint God duo appeared behind Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng could also sense other weak auras around him. Die! Ancient god Nether Spring coldly stared at Zhao Feng. As he spoke, Zhao Feng could already sense the extremely oppressive ripples of divine power around him. Slow down. Don't you want to know why the Heaven's legacy cat is willing to follow me and listen to my orders? Zhao Feng suddenly said. Ancient god Netherspring was taken aback. He wasn't surprised that Zhao Feng knew of the Heaven's legacy cat. What he was truly interested in was why the Heaven's legacy cat was willing to follow Zhao Feng. help Xiao Feng obtain the treasures in the treasury, and even listened to Xiao Feng's orders to kill members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Previously, when they captured the Heaven's legacy cat, it refused to cooperate no matter what they did. Tell me your method, and I can give you a quick death. Ancient God Netherspring hesitated for a few moments before speaking again. Xiao Feng had to be killed. If he could get some information out of him, that would be for the best. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. After all, the Heaven's legacy cat would soon be taken away by a God Lord expert. If I hand over everything I stole from the treasury, can you let me go? Xiao Feng put on a fearful expression as he began to bargain with Ancient God Netherspring. Ancient God Netherspring's expression froze, his brow furrowing. If he directly tried to kill Xiao Feng when he was no match for him, he might self-detonate, destroying the majority of the treasures. Ancient God Netherspring felt his mind go haywire. No, he's just buying time. Ancient God Netherspring grimaced, his icy killing intent almost tangible. Just now, he had been so distracted by the prophet in Xiao Feng's words that he hadn't thought things through. Now that he had calmed down, he realized many suspicious points. Firstly, Xiao Feng had only been randomly running through the Heavenly Demon Hall, not looking for an exit. Secondly, Ancient God Luoling had met up with Xiao Feng, but there was no sign of her. Finally, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and the Heaven's legacy cat had not appeared. All of this was too abnormal, and Ancient God Netherspring felt a little uneasy. Kill him, Ancient God Netherspring ordered. The next instant, a shocking surge of intent shot out from his left eye, and a surge of intent that transcended everything surged out from it. On the other side, the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon's claws unleashed a scarlet net of lightning that twisted into a ball of dreadful energy. Xiao Feng could also sense that there were other ripples of divine power in the surroundings. At this moment, Xiao Feng was surrounded by 2 rank 9s, 2 peak rank 8s, and several other ancient gods. He was at the end of his rope. Can you kill me? Xiao Feng coldly laughed. As soon as he said that, everyone around him was stunned. Then a mocking look appeared on their faces. You're at death's door, but you're still so arrogant. What a joke. A moment later, you'll die without a grave. The many ancient gods jeered in disdain. Only Ancient God Netherspring felt even more uneasy. Bzzz. A gloomy ball of light exploded from his eyes, suffused with ultimate samsara intent that seemed capable of restraining all living beings in the world. Ancient God Netherspring's eye bloodline technique was about to strike Xiao Feng, but he still appeared unconcerned. It's time for you to show your skills. Xiao Feng muttered as he waved his sleeve. A silver-clothed woman with exquisite facial features and an exquisite body suddenly appeared. Void Spirit Slash. The moment Ancient God Luoling appeared, she lightly waved the silver scimitar in her hand, unleashing a silver flash of light. Swoosh! Ancient God Netherspring's eye bloodline technique was pierced through by this silver flash of light. A moment later, Ancient God Netherspring's eye bloodline technique was sliced into countless pieces and scattered. Chapter 1345. Ancient God Luoling suddenly appeared and dispelled Ancient God Netherspring's eye bloodline technique with a single move. At the same time, the worldly energy of a rank 9 ancient god swept through the area. This energy even caused the few rank 8 and rank 7 attacks in the area to pause for a few moments. Rank 9 ancient god. Ancient God Netherspring stared at Ancient God Luoling in shock. Ancient God Luoling had clearly met up with Xiao Feng, but she still hadn't appeared. This made him rather uneasy. He finally understood. Ancient God Luoling had been hiding in the space-time robe dimension, taking Heavenly God Liquid to cultivate and break through. Originally, although Xiao Feng's group possessed extraordinary strength, the Heavenly Demon Hall had 2 rank 9 ancient gods, which should have given them the upper hand. But now, a rank 9 ancient god had appeared on Zhao Feng's side, causing the balance of victory to slightly tilt in their favor. She actually broke into rank 9. The Thunder Flame ancient dragon stared at ancient god Luoling, its expression darkening. It had fought with ancient god Luoling before. Although ancient god Luoling couldn't fight head-on against it if she wanted to run, the Thunder Flame ancient dragon couldn't do anything. Now that ancient god Luoling had become a rank 9 ancient god, she would be even more troublesome to deal with. Broom! Ancient god Luoling only managed to block ancient god Netherspring's attack. At this moment, the attacks of everyone else began to descend. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng activated the space-time robe, unleashing layers upon layers of spatial blurs. At the same time, ancient god Luoling activated her Eye of Space-Time and unleashed a white ball of light. This white ball of light fused with Zhao Feng's space-time barrier and engulfed the two of them. The two had worked together before, so their cooperation this time was even more harmonious. Boom! The attacks of the Heavenly Demon Hall members were immediately affected by the space-time intent the moment they touched the ball of light around them. Not only were the attacks weakened, but they also became extremely slow. During this time, Zhao Feng and ancient god Luoling swiftly moved to destroy all the attacks. The tacit cooperation of the two left everyone alarmed. They were now even more certain that they were members of the space-time sacred land and had an extremely good relationship. Many thanks for your heavenly god liquid, ancient god Luoling gratefully said. She was already at the peak of Tier 8, so her chances of success were indeed very high. Moreover, using the deity elixir to cultivate and break through would not cause her foundation to become unstable. More importantly, now that her cultivation had reached the 9th rank, she didn't need to swallow her anger like before. She could even go to the secret hall again. It's just a deal. I'm not helping you unconditionally, Zhao Feng said casually. Zhao Feng helped ancient god Luoling break into rank 9, but the corresponding condition was that ancient god Luoling and Zhao Feng would fight together. All this while, Zhao Feng had been hiding everywhere. Now he could finally vent his anger. The two of them conversed as if no one else was present, causing the expressions of the surrounding Heavenly Demon Hall members to change. Hee, even if you break through to the 9th order, do you think you can get out of here alive? At this moment, ancient god Netherspring sneered. The people of the space-time sacred land were still so arrogant and condescending. At this moment, Zhao Feng's scheme had finally been exposed, but it wouldn't have much of an impact on the overall situation, so ancient god Netherspring was not worried. Surround and kill, ancient god Netherspring immediately ordered. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous energies soared into the sky around Zhao Feng and ancient god Luoling, causing all of the Heavenly Demon Hall to tremble. A moment later, several sharp divine power attacks appeared around the pair. All of you come out as well, Zhao Feng bellowed. Swish! The black destruction, serpent dragon, Zhao Wang, and the little thieving cat appeared next to him. After taking the heavenly god liquid, Zhao Wang had smoothly broken into the rank 7 ancient god level, giving him the right to directly participate in the battle with Zhao Feng. There's still one more person. Ancient god Netherspring's brow creased. Although he had never seen Zhao Wang before, Zhao Wang was just a rank 7 ancient god, so ancient god Netherspring didn't care too much about him. Broom! The thunder flame ancient dragon charged at ancient god Luoling, wreathed in lightning and fire. Let me see if you've gotten any stronger after breaking into rank 9. The thunder flame ancient dragon was shrouded in clouds of lightning and fire as it rumbled toward ancient god Luoling. Even ancient god Luoling's face turned grave from the terrifying energy of the world, and all she could do was dodge. The thunder flame ancient dragon was left to ancient god Luoling, while Zhao Feng searched for his own target. Kill! Zhao Feng moved with incredible speed, his body blinking as he approached a rank 8 ancient god. He activated the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror, unleashing 7 chains of lightning that bound and restrained the opponent's soul. Chaos origin divine fist, wind lightning eye flame. At the same time, Zhao Feng unleashed a fist of gloomy light, while his left eye unleashed a bolt of lightning and fire. After a few exchanges, the rank 8 ancient god was defeated, and his battered soul was drawn into the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror by Zhao Feng. How could this be? He instantly killed a rank 8 ancient god. Didn't he just break into rank 8? How could he be so strong? Quite a few nearby ancient god experts called out in shock as they put some distance between themselves and Zhao Feng. The fighting power Zhao Feng displayed was far too terrifying. Other than ancient god Netherspring, the Devil Saint God duo, and the Thunderflame ancient dragon, no one else present was a match for him. At this moment, the scream of a rank 7 ancient god came from the other side. A black hole suffused with death energy had appeared on the rank 7 ancient god's body, constantly sucking away at his life. Death Curse Art. Zhao Wang waved the staff of death curse and unleashed a wondrous curse energy. The rank 7 ancient god's body was instantly engulfed in a sinister and gloomy ghost curtain, and his condition continued to decline. The death curse art and the death black hole fused together. A few moments later, the rank 7 ancient god was instantly killed by Zhao Wang. This death god descendant is so strong. The divine artifact in his hand seems to be a supreme quality divine artifact, the Staff of Death Curse. A death god descendant called out in alarm. The Staff of Death Curse was a supreme quality offensive divine artifact that death god descendants could only dream about. It could be used with the Eye of Death, and it also contained curse energy. When used with death intent, its power was unparalleled. Another supreme quality divine artifact. Ancient god Netherspring's eyes flashed, and he found Zhao Feng to be even more unfathomable. Boom! Bang! Crash! On the other side, a dreadful energy of destruction and calamity swept through the area. The black destruction serpent dragon grew larger, transforming into a vicious serpent dragon. Every movement it made exuded a dreadful energy. Every ancient god is so powerful. The Devil Saint God duo were rather stunned. Besides Zhao Wang and the black destruction serpent dragon, the little thieving cat was even more mysterious and unfathomable. Its techniques were profound and unstoppable. Leave the heavens legacy cat to me. The two of you deal with that brat. Ancient god Netherspring immediately called out. Although he hated Zhao Feng to the bone, capturing the heavens legacy cat was the most important thing right now. Although the Devil Saint God duo were powerful, they had too few tricks up their sleeves to deal with the heavens legacy cat. Brat, obediently accept your death. The Devil Saint God duo found their target and immediately attacked together. But Zhao Feng completely ignored them. Swish! Swish! He combined the metal lightning radiance wings with spatial flash, allowing him to move at a speed close to the little thieving cat's ghostly appearance. After rapidly flying away, Zhao Feng charged at a rank 7 ancient god. 9 lightning soul refinement. Zhao Feng activated the 9 lightning soul refining mirror, and in less than 2 seconds, he had devoured the enemy's soul. This was the Heavenly Demon Hall. The longer this battle dragged on, the more people would arrive. Thus, Zhao Feng's strategy was to pick out the soft persimmons and kill them first. Damn, this brat has the space-time robe. We can't catch up to him. The Devil Saint God duo grimaced and tried to find an excuse. At this moment, Zhao Feng was already closing in on another person. Hurry and stop him! The Devil Saint God duo called out in alarm. But no one could stop Zhao Feng. By the time the Devil Saint God duo arrived, another member had died to Zhao Feng. Okay, Ancient god Luoling happily called out from her battle with the thunderflame ancient dragon. Their side was originally on the back foot, but now the tables were turning. On the other side, ancient god Netherspring, who was chasing the heavens' legacy cat, also found the situation extremely troublesome. This won't do if this continues. Ancient god Netherspring's expression darkened. He hadn't expected for ancient god Luoling to break into rank 9, and Xiaofeng also had a death god eye descendant helping him. Now that the two sides were fighting, Xiaofeng was relying on his unparalleled speed to kill the weak. If this continued, the heavenly demon hall's advantage would gradually disappear, and they would eventually be on the back foot. Master! The devil saint god duo had unsightly expressions on their faces. They were two peak rank 8s, but because their speed was inferior to Xiaofeng's, they were the ones being played around by Xiaofeng. Moreover, Xiaofeng had a rank 9 combatant on his side. Even a special space sealing array would be broken. Don't worry, I have a plan. Ancient god Netherspring messaged. Although the Heavenly Demon Hall was a peak 4-star faction, its upper echelon members were completely comparable to 5-star factions. It was definitely a hegemon amongst peak 4-star factions. In addition, there was one other thing that the Heavenly Demon Hall relied on the most. It was the God Eye Fusion art. However, the God Eye Fusion art required time and could not be interrupted midway. Ancient god Netherspring had long ago noticed Xiaofeng's powerful senses. Thus, this matter had to be carried out in secret and could not be discovered by Xiaofeng. The Heavenly Demon Hall had many members, so gathering 8 god eye descendants was no problem. When the time came, that mysterious energy that ruled over all would be enough to instantly kill Xiaofeng, ancient god Luoling, and the others. One had to realize that the God Eye Fusion art used by ancient god Profound Devil's group of 5 could even temporarily trap rank 9 ancient god. If 8 god eye descendants used this art together, the power would be unimaginable. With this thought in mind, ancient god Netherspring began to secretly plan. The little thieving cat's eyes suddenly spun, and it threw out several bronze coins. Meow. The little thieving cat immediately looked at Xiaofeng and gestured a few times. Take that silver pill. Xiaofeng was taken aback, but a moment later he understood what the little thieving cat meant. In the Western Treasury, Xiaofeng had obtained 3 items in total. The first was the Destruction Dragon Race reverse scale, the second was the Heavenly God liquid, and the third was an exquisite pill covered in silver runes. The little thieving cat had never explained the effects of this pill, but now the little thieving cat had to have Xiaofeng take it for a reason. It wouldn't try to trick its master at this crucial moment. Swish! Xiaofeng took out a silver rune pill from his interspatial dimension. This pill didn't have any unique aura or light, but at a glance, one could feel that it was extraordinary and had a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Chapter 1346. Divine Ancient Pill. Ancient God Netherspring's eyes dimmed. He was well aware of what was missing from the treasury. That's the Divine Ancient Pill. Some members of the Heavenly Demon Hall didn't recognize the Divine Ancient Pill, but the few ancient gods who did were all surprised and confused. I heard that this pill is targeted at the descendants of the 8 great god eyes. Taking it can cause the bloodline to revert to its ancestral form, and it can even awaken the memories in the bloodline. A rank 8 ancient god stared at the pill in Xiaofeng's hand and whispered. The reason bloodlines could be passed down was because the bloodline ancestor, once their cultivation reached a heaven-defying level, would use special methods to allow their bloodline power to be passed down. The bloodline could not only give its wielder strength, amplification, and other abilities, but it also contained the bloodline memories of the great ancestor. There were quite a few such stories in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Some expert would suddenly awaken their bloodline memories and obtain a divine ability that allowed them to become invincible in the same cultivation level. This was also why all the experts in the ancient, desolate realm of gods were constantly trying to improve their bloodlines so that they could revert to their ancestral forms. However, everything depended on luck and fortune. There were quite a few peak experts in the ancient, desolate realm of gods whose bloodlines had already reverted to their ancestral forms, but they still had not awakened their bloodline memories. The divine ancient pill was a pill developed by the heavenly demon hall that could increase the rate at which the I bloodline could revert to its ancestral form and awaken a deeper level of power in the bloodline. It sounded like the divine ancient pill had rather absurd effects and could be considered a supreme treasure. In reality, this was not the case. The divine ancient pill was extremely expensive to manufacture, and the people who had taken it so far did not have any obvious effects on their bloodline ancestral forms, much less awaken their bloodline memories. For this reason, the price-to-performance ratio of this pill was extremely low. The heavenly demon hall naturally couldn't spend so much money to develop it, so they only kept one. This pill doesn't seem to be very precious. Zhao Feng quietly said to himself, if this pill was truly priceless, the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall would not have had this expression when he took it out. But Zhao Feng didn't care and just took it. What use is he taking the divine ancient pill at a time like this? He might have mistaken the divine ancient pill for some other pill that increases fighting power. After all, this pill was developed by the Heavenly Demon Hall. No one in the outside world knows about it. The members who knew about the divine ancient pill mocked with smiles on their faces. Although I don't know why you're taking the divine ancient pill at a time like this, I can tell you that even top-class descendants of the 8 great god eyes wouldn't have much of an effect on this pill, much less someone who isn't even a descendant of the 8 great god eyes. Ancient God, Netherspring sneered. He had already determined that the divine ancient pill would have no effect on Zhao Feng. So it's this type of pill. Zhao Feng could roughly guess the purpose of the pill from the words of the others. If his god spiritual eye was the 9th god eye, it should be the same as the 8 great god eyes. This meant that the pill's effect on Zhao Feng's eye bloodline wouldn't decrease. However, from the looks on the faces of the Heavenly Demon Hall members, this pill didn't seem very attractive to the descendants of the 8 great god eyes. But at this moment, Zhao Feng sensed a weak ripple coming from the dreamy silver ball in his god eye dimension. Normally, Zhao Feng would seal his origin energy. However, at this moment, the origin energy within the dreamy silver ball suddenly reacted. Bzzz. The ripple grew stronger and stronger, as if it was about to break through the seal. Since that's the case, I'll just undo it. Zhao Feng immediately erased the seal on the dreamy silver ball. A moment later, the dreamy silver ball began to exude a dazzling radiance. Bzzz. An indistinct god eye energy was immediately sensed by all the god eye descendants around him. God eye energy? How could this be? All the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall, including ancient god Luoling and Zhao Wang, were stunned and couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng. This god eye energy wasn't very strong, but it was very real. Could his eye have always been a god eye? After taking the divine ancient pill, he completely awakened into a god eye? One of the more experienced, rank 8 ancient gods speculated in shock. Even he didn't dare to believe his own conjecture. That's impossible. This kid must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter that allowed him to be stained by the energy of the 8 great god eyes. When he took the divine ancient pill, he intentionally released this energy to mislead us. Ancient god Netherspring immediately called out. The true god eye was the faith of all god eye descendants, their very first ancestor. Ordinary god eye descendants only had respect for true god eyes. He could not allow the god eye energy exuded by Zhao Feng to affect the morale of the Heavenly Demon Hall members. Moreover, he didn't believe at all that Zhao Feng had a god eye. In addition, the god eye fusion art was ready, and victory was about to be his. That must be the case. That kid must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter. No wonder he's not a descendant of the 8 great god eyes, but his eye bloodline techniques are so formidable. He must have obtained a treasure or legacy related to a god eye. Although ancient god Netherspring's words were just conjectures, they were extremely convincing. After all, Zhao Feng's eye was a god eye. This was far too absurd and unbelievable. But Zhao Feng didn't care about any of this. The moment the seal was undone, the dreamy divine light exuded by the dreamy ball of light seemed to change something about him. He suddenly felt like his mind had become clear, his mind as calm as still water. His thoughts became extremely quick, and the god's spiritual eye's most basic vision abilities were also greatly strengthened. For example, his see-through ability allowed him to see through more objects, and his long-range vision allowed him to see even further. What's going on here? Zhao Feng was stunned. Was this the effect of the divine ancient pill? He was confident that if he stopped fighting and entered seclusion, he would be able to make significant progress. Die. Upon receiving ancient god Netherspring's order, the devil saint god Duo charged at Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng took a long time to react, his reaction speed was even faster than normal. Swish! Zhao Feng immediately blinked away, putting some distance between him and the devil saint god Duo. Since I can't comprehend it in peace, I'll comprehend it in battle. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he charged at a rank 7 ancient god. At the same time, his left eye exploded with astonishing eye intent. Forbidden illusion, lost world. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng's 2 eye bloodline techniques were unleashed seamlessly, and even Zhao Feng was alarmed by the speed at which they were used. Kakrak. The rank 7 ancient god had a dazed expression as he was struck by a ball of soul lightning flame. As he struggled and screamed, the rank 7 ancient god was slain. With the origin seal undone, Zhao Feng's god eye was much more powerful. How could an ordinary rank 7 ancient god stop it? So strange. After killing this person, Zhao Feng paused for a moment. The sensation of using eye bloodline techniques just now was extremely strange. Those 2 eye bloodline techniques were unleashed so quickly that Zhao Feng felt like it was all unreal. It was like the eye bloodline techniques were unleashed the moment he thought of using them. Perhaps these 2 eye bloodline techniques are rather low level. This was the only thing Zhao Feng could think of. The eye bloodline techniques were too low level, and Zhao Feng was extremely familiar with them, so he was able to unleash them at a much higher speed. Besides this, he had gained an even deeper understanding of these eye bloodline techniques after unleashing them just now. The wind lightning eye flame was a low-level eye bloodline technique. It was almost perfect, and there was no way to improve its technique. The forbidden illusion lost world was also rather low-level, but there was still room for improvement. He could fuse demonic eye invasion, mind assault, and other illusion techniques onto this foundation to increase the power of the forbidden illusion lost world. With this thought in mind, Zhao Feng split off a part of his mind and began to improve the forbidden illusion lost world. Evil demon / Holy light fairy spirit sword. As Zhao Feng was thinking, the devil saint god Duo launched a sneak attack. The image of a massive sword and saber, one black and one white, swept toward Zhao Feng with a destructive momentum. I'll play with you for a bit. Zhao Feng stared forward, his eyes surging with chaotic and vigorous energy. In a flash, the image of a dark star appeared around Zhao Feng, exuding an immense pressure. Kakrak! A moment later, a chaotic ball of dark light collided with the devil saint god Duo's attack. Boom! Bang! The 2 fiercely clashed, and after a few moments, they were turned to dust. How could this be? This brat's eye bloodline technique is actually on par with our combined attack. The devil saint god Duo were flabbergasted. Zhao Feng had been dodging the entire time and hadn't clashed with them, but now that they clashed, they were once more severely injured. It seems like I was mistaken just now. Zhao Feng ignored the devil saint god Duo and muttered to himself, This time his eye bloodline technique wasn't instantaneous. But even though he had confirmed that what he saw just now might have been a mistake, Zhao Feng still felt uncertain. Within the God Eye dimension, the dreamy silver ball slightly spun, exuding a dreamy and dazzling light that seemed to contain all the colors of the world. Not even Zhao Feng noticed that his soul was being constantly transformed by this light. Damn, his eye bloodline technique is too powerful. Isn't he afraid that his bloodline won't be able to endure using his eye bloodline like this? A few low-level ancient gods retreated in fear, not daring to approach Zhao Feng. Your Excellency, is it still not done? An ancient god who knew of ancient god Netherspring's plan messaged. If this continued, the other ancient gods would all be killed, and ancient god Netherspring wouldn't be able to fight back against Zhao Feng's group. Not good. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly sensed something, and he immediately looked into the distance. After many layers of see-through ability, Zhao Feng finally saw 8 people concealed within a domain. 8 people. God Eye fusion art. Zhao Feng grimaced. He had always been on guard against this move. The moment his opponent was about to use it, he would immediately interrupt it. But ancient god Netherspring had been secretly scheming and had avoided Zhao Feng's detection range. Now that his opponent had begun to use the God Eye fusion art, he had to stop him. Swish! The moment he noticed this, Zhao Feng blinked forward. Hurry and stop him! Ancient god Netherspring bellowed. He hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to notice it ahead of time. But there shouldn't be any problems. However, there shouldn't be any problems. By the time Zhao Feng realized it, the 8 people had already begun. As expected, Zhao Feng had no way of stopping them, but there was always an exception, and ancient god Netherspring didn't want to gamble on this. Whoosh! The fastest of the Heavenly Demon Hall members, the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon, cast aside ancient god Luoling and transformed into a bolt of lightning in pursuit. Within the concealment array, the origin energies of the 8 god Eye descendants floated in the air. The 8 god Eye descendants began to form spells in unison, controlling their origin energy to fuse with their other energies. Chapter 1347. When the 8 of them controlled their origin energies and fused them together, the astonishing energy was no longer something that the concealment array could conceal. God Eye fusion art! So Elder Netherspring already had a brilliant plan. Some of the Heavenly Demon Hall members who were unaware immediately became excited. Everyone was well aware of the power of the god Eye fusion art. Once the 8 of them succeeded in condensing this new energy, these intruders would all die without a grave. But this secret art had a major flaw. It could not be interrupted while it was being used. But now the momentum was already set. Even if Zhao Feng rushed over, he wouldn't be able to stop the 8 of them. He would just be sending himself to his death. It's over. Ancient god Luoling was alarmed. This was the first time she had felt such danger since breaking into rank 9. She had also seen the secret art before and was deeply fearful of it. Once this secret art succeeded, it could almost decide the outcome of the battle. Ancient god Luoling was in a dilemma. If she fled now, there was still time, but Zhao Feng was doomed. If she charged over to stop the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon, and by time for Zhao Feng, she would probably die if she failed. Whoosh! Ancient god Luoling hesitated for only a few moments before charging forward. Stop! Ancient god Luoling's body flickered in and out of existence, seemingly fused with the air as she pursued the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon. Void Spirit Slash! Ancient god Luoling continued to close the distance with the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon. She swung the silver scimitar in her hand, unleashing a crescent of energy. But as a samsara immortal body, the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon completely ignored this and focused on pursuing Zhao Feng. Swish! Zhao Feng flew at the very front, his body blinking back and forth, but the Thunderflame Ancient Dragon was right behind him. If Xiao Feng paused for even a moment, the Thunderflame ancient dragon would catch up. Thus, Xiao Feng had no chance to use instant movement. As the origin energies released by the 8 gradually fused together, Xiao Feng pushed his left eye to its limits and attempted to use an eye bloodline technique. All he needed to do was heavily injure a few of them and interrupt the secret art. Of the 8 god eye descendants, only 2 were rank 8 ancient gods. The rest were around rank 7. Although Xiao Feng could sense that there was a peak rank 8 ancient god guarding the 8, his eye bloodline technique was instantaneous, so he was confident that this person would find it very difficult to react. However, as he was about to execute his eye technique, Xiao Feng realized that his eye technique could not lock onto the 8 people. Haha, we're well aware of your eye technique. There's not only a concealment formation here, there's also a spatial disruption formation. One of the 8 space-time god eye descendants noticed that Xiao Feng had used an eye bloodline technique, but hadn't used it, and he loudly laughed. Oh no, how did this happen? Ancient god Luo Ling had a grim expression. Many of the Heavenly Demon Hall members gave smiles of confidence. Ancient god Netherspring was particularly proud of his plan. I see. Xiao Feng's face darkened. He had to admit that ancient god Netherspring's plan was extremely thorough, taking into account all the factors involved. Even if Xiao Feng launched a long-range attack, the peak rank 8 ancient god next to the 8 would still have many ways to block it. Is there no other way? Xiao Feng was extremely unwilling. Once their secret art was successfully used, Xiao Feng would have to rely on the power of the blood flame Qilin race to resolve the crisis. He still didn't know just how terrifying the energy produced by the fusion of these 8 god eyes would be. Perhaps he would need the entire blood flame Qilin race to resolve the crisis. As Xiao Feng was thinking, the dreamy silver ball in his god eye dimension began to spin faster, unleashing even more dazzling and dreamy origin energy. No, there should be another way. Xiao Feng's eyes focused as he stared at the origin energies that were about to fuse together above the heads of the 8. My god's spiritual eyes' origin energy can counter their energy. Perhaps I can find a way to break through. Xiao Feng clearly remembered the first time he used the god eye fusion art. At the time, Sacred King Samsara was controlling that mysterious energy, but with the appearance of the god's spiritual eyes' origin energy, Xiao Feng became the controller and the leader. The second time he used the god eye fusion art was in the ruins of the Heaven's legacy race. At the time, Xiao Feng had fused his origin energy into his eye bloodline technique, dealing a destructive blow to the energy produced by the god eye fusion art. In the end, they suffered grievous losses. If there was a way to counter the god eye fusion art, it was the power of the god's spiritual eye. Let's do it. A hint of madness and excitement appeared on Xiao Feng's face. A moment later, all the origin energy in the god eye dimension was gathered in his left eye. In a flash, Xiao Feng's left eye exploded with a dazzling light that seemed to reflect all the colors of the world. God eye energy. In a flash, all the god eye descendants could once more clearly sense the god eye energy on Xiao Feng's body. But at this moment, they were all sure that Xiao Feng had come into contact with a god eye or obtained a treasure related to a god eye. What's he doing? The Thunderflame ancient dragon following closely behind Xiao Feng instantly revealed a look of shock. It was the closest to Xiao Feng, and the myriad colors radiating from the 5-colored mist made its heart inexplicably tremble and give rise to a feeling of helplessness. Earth-shaking Nova! Xiao Feng gathered all his origin energy and used a powerful eye bloodline technique. The earth-shaking Nova was a technique that gathered all kinds of energy together and used the chaotic and contradictory collisions to instantly produce a powerful explosive force. But at this moment, the earth-shaking Nova only contained the origin energy of Xiao Feng's god's spiritual eye. Boom! A dreamy ball of starlight suddenly appeared around Xiao Feng's body, and in a flash, It shot toward the 8 people using the God Eye fusion art. At the same time, the peak rank 8 ancient god next to the 8 stepped forward. His mission was to use every method at his disposal to protect the 8 people using the secret art. What sort of attack is this? The 8 of them, who were executing their secret techniques, looked at the rapidly approaching dreamy star from a distance. They had a feeling that they couldn't resist it. At this moment, one of the 8 shouted, "Not good! The fusion is becoming unstable." At the same time, the others also noticed this. The origin energies that were on the verge of fusing together to produce a new energy suddenly began to throb. For some reason, they suddenly found it difficult to control their own origin energies. Put more effort. We have to fuse them. The strongest, rank 8 ancient god of the 8 immediately called out. Only people who were not skilled in the secret art would experience this sort of situation. They had all been handpicked by ancient god Netherspring and were extremely familiar with the God Eye fusion art. How could something like this happen? If they failed, what face would they have left to face the upper echelon of the heavenly demon hall? The 8 of them did their best to control and fuse their origin energies, but they discovered that the conflict was getting more intense and difficult to control. How could this be? A God Eye descendant said in fear, "Could it be that dreamy star?" Someone called out in alarm. The closer the dreamy star Zhao Feng release got, the harder it was for them to control their origin energies and the harder it was to fuse them. How could this be? The strongest rank 8 expert had a look of disbelief on his face. There was no way to break the God Eye fusion art, and the energy produced by the secret art had never encountered a nemesis. But now, something strange had occurred. Boom! The dreamy star smashed down. The peak rank 8 ancient god immediately burned his divine power and activated his defensive divine artifacts and other defensive techniques. At this moment, the 8 God Eye descendants in the back cried out in alarm. "Not good. I lost control. I can't control it." The 8 God Eye descendants grimaced. When Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique descended, their origin energies actually broke free of their control. This was equivalent to being attacked while using the God Eye fusion art and having it interrupted. Boom! The source energy that had gone out of control erupted, creating a wave of destructive energy. The peak rank 8 ancient god who was preparing to fend off the dreamy star never would have imagined that something like this would happen behind him. Run! The peak rank 8 threw caution to the wind and fled. As for the 8 God Eye descendants, the moment their God Eye fusion art failed, they also fled. Boom! Bang! Crash! The dreamy star and the 8 origin energies collided. To everyone's surprise, the 8 source powers disappeared in an instant. Like a flame meeting ice water, the arrogant flame disappeared without a trace in an instant. After destroying the origin energies, the dreamy star exploded, unleashing a terrifying storm of energy that obliterated everything in its path. After the storm passed, an incomparably huge empty hole appeared there, and there was nothing in it. The 8 God Eye descendants, including the peak rank 8, had been obliterated. Success! Zhao Feng was dazed for a few moments, and then he smiled in elation. He also hadn't expected that using so much origin energy at once would throw the God Eye fusion art into chaos and cause it to ultimately go out of control. Didn't this mean that he had become the bane of the God Eye fusion art? As long as the Heavenly Demon Hall used this secret art, Zhao Feng could instantly cause the secret art to go out of control, creating a chaotic explosion that could even kill the user. Other than Zhao Feng, all the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall were instantly petrified, the shock on their faces seemingly impossible to fade. A few moments later, the crowd was in an uproar. The God Eye fusion art was suddenly interrupted, and both the user and the protector were killed. This was a result that no one had expected. How could this be? Why did the God Eye fusion art that was on the verge of success suddenly end up like this? Ancient God Netherspring furiously roared. All of this was far too incomprehensible. Just as they were about to achieve complete victory, such a sudden change occurred. It was as if a cooked duck had flown away. What other skills do you have? Just take them out. Zhao Feng suddenly turned around and placed his hands behind his back in a proud posture. He had completely destroyed the trump card that the Heavenly Demon Hall had carefully prepared. The Heavenly Demon Hall's morale had plummeted, and in terms of fighting power, they were no match for Zhao Feng's side. Damn, just how did you destroy the God Eye fusion art? Ancient God Nether Spring stared in fear at Zhao Feng. Chapter 1348. Outside the Heavenly Demon Hall. Above the Arctic abyss, the upper echelon members of the Space-Time Sacred Land and the Heavenly Demon Hall were locked in a standoff. What was that just now? The gray-scaled elder's pitch-black eyes flashed as he glanced at the Heavenly Demon Hall deep underground. In that instant just now, a power that even he could not fathom had suddenly spread out from the Heavenly Demon Hall. He even wondered if this was a trump card the space-time Sacred Land had prepared. What happened? Ancient God Scarlet Firmament's expression darkened. That unknown energy just now had caused even his eye of space-time to tremble. He didn't know the specifics, but he could speculate that ancient God Luoling had not used that unknown energy. For this reason, ancient God Scarlet Firmament was rather worried about ancient God Luoling's safety. Within the Heavenly Demon Hall, ancient God Nether Spring glared at Zhao Feng, his heart seething with indescribable hatred and rage. This intruder had left the Heavenly Demon Hall in shambles and completely overturned all of ancient God Nether Spring's plans. He had lost to Zhao Feng. After destroying the God Eye fusion art, Zhao Feng had been secretly observing the God's spiritual eye. Just now, he had poured out a large amount of origin energy. The origin energy in the dreamy silver ball had somewhat stabilized and was no longer as violently fluctuating as before. Based on his observations, it wouldn't be long before the dreamy silver ball returned to normal. However, Zhao Feng sensed that the god's spiritual eye's abnormality after taking the divine ancient pill had changed him in some other way, though he hadn't noticed it yet. Kill! Zhao Feng stopped thinking about it. It was better to settle the matter in front of him first. A moment later, ancient god Luoling, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Wang and the little thieving cat all attacked. They followed Zhao Feng's orders and first killed the weak. Swish! Zhao Feng blinked toward a rank 8 ancient god, the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror in his hand exploding with lightning. In a flash, 7 lightning chains shot forward and imprisoned the ancient god's soul. Death corrosion! This rank 8 ancient god was a death god eye descendant, so he immediately used a death eye bloodline technique to block the power of the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. But Zhao Feng would never give him the chance. Tribulation lightning eye flame. The tribulation lightning eye flame instantly formed and was activated. At this moment, Zhao Feng didn't seal his origin energy, so the power of his tribulation lightning eye flame was much stronger than normal. Boom! In a flash, the rank 8 ancient god soul was engulfed in lightning. If Zhao Feng hadn't used the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror to reduce the power of this tribulation lightning eye bloodline technique, that rank 8 ancient god would have been instantly killed by Zhao Feng. Buzz, buzz, buzz! As the lightning chains dragged, the other party's soul was absorbed by the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. On the other side, ancient god Luoling's speed far surpassed that of the Thunderflame ancient dragon. While she fought with it, she still had a chance to attack the other low-level ancient gods. The little thieving cat was even more elusive, with so many techniques that not even ancient god Nether Spring could defend against it. In less than a moment, the Heavenly Demon Hall's side suffered heavy casualties, with only a few people left. This was especially so for those who were not strong. They looked flustered and kept their guard up. Gather together! Ancient god Nether Spring ordered. In a head-on battle, None of them were a match for Zhao Feng's group, and Zhao Feng's group was still using the strategy of killing the weak first. In addition, the God Eye fusion art could no longer be used. Everyone saw just now that the 8 people who had used the God Eye fusion art had lost control of the secret art and were more than dead. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rest of the members gathered around ancient god Netherspring. Damn! The Devil Saint God duo angrily and unwillingly called out. Ever since they became ancient god Netherspring's samsara immortal bodies, they had never suffered such humiliation. The remaining members of the Heavenly Demon Hall were also extremely furious. Retreat to the core area! Ancient god Netherspring led the remaining members in retreat. The core area was an important area of the Heavenly Demon Hall, and it was filled with many traps. The core area was surrounded by forbidden mechanical weapons that could kill rank 9 ancient gods. As long as they could return to the secret hall, they would basically be safe. You're gathering together so that I can kill them more easily? Zhao Feng coldly laughed. His tribulation lightning eye flame could be activated the moment it locked onto a target and had no trajectory. It was even more inconvenient for these people to move together. This meant that it was easier for Zhao Feng to lock onto them. Tribulation lightning eye flame. Zhao Feng locked onto a random person and unleashed his tribulation lightning eye bloodline technique. Kakrak, caught off guard, an ancient god in ancient god Netherspring's team was slain. This sight caused the other ancient gods to tremble in fear. Void spirit slash. Ancient god Luo Ling's cold face was tinged with excitement. She had been hiding all this time to avoid pursuit, but now she had a chance to hunt down the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Ancient god Luo Ling's attacks were also extremely powerful. Only ancient god Netherspring and the Thunderflame ancient dragon could stop them. The others could only watch. This place was rather far from the core area's secret hall. Not even halfway there, all the other members of the Heavenly Demon Hall had been killed, leaving only the Thunderflame ancient dragon, the Devil Saint God duo, and ancient god Netherspring. One could also say that ancient god Netherspring was the only one left, as the other 3 were his samsara immortal bodies. However, Zhao Feng, ancient god Luo Ling, and the others had also expended enormous amounts of energy. Zhao Feng had been using his origin energy this entire time, and his intent was also almost completely exhausted from using eye bloodline techniques. Ancient god Luo Ling had only just broken into rank 9, and her reserves had not been consolidated. She was far inferior to the Thunderflame, ancient dragon, and ancient god Netherspring. When it's possible to forgive, one should forgive. Besides, you've obtained so many benefits from the Heavenly Demon Hall. Ancient god Netherspring resentfully stared at Zhao Feng. Although ancient god Luo Ling had the highest cultivation of the 2 intruders, Zhao Feng was the most terrifying existence and the main culprit behind his current state. I obtained them with my own strength. Zhao Feng's expression remained unchanged. In the ancient, desolate realm of gods, strength was everything. The weak had no right to speak. If Zhao Feng didn't have his current strength and was surrounded by the Heavenly Demon Hall, would they have let Zhao Feng go? Thus, Zhao Feng's desire to kill these people would not change. I'll kill you 2 first. Zhao Feng suddenly turned his eyes to the Devil Saint God duo. 9 lightning soul refinement. 7 chains of lightning suddenly shot out of the 9 lightning soul refining mirror. Don't! The Devil Saint God duo cried out in shock. The 9 lightning soul refining mirror was a divine artifact that countered samsara immortal bodies. Once their souls were extracted, they would truly be finished. Stop! Ancient god Netherspring and the Thunderflame ancient dragon both attacked. Although the Devil Saint God duo were only peak rank 8s, when working together, they had the strength to contend against a rank 9. They could be considered powerful fighting forces in ancient god Netherspring's hands. Celestial wind, void, spirit slash. Ancient god Luoling immediately attacked, unleashing a silver-white blade of energy that engulfed the thunder flame ancient dragon. The little thieving cat, on the other hand, activated its silver blade and unleashed a sealing energy to stop ancient god Netherspring. Swish! 7 chains of lightning bound the devil, saint god duo together. At the same time, Zhao Feng aimed a tribulation lightning eye flame at the pair. The tribulation lightning eye flame contained origin energy and possessed terrifying power. Even though the two of them were working together, they found it very difficult to resist. Collect! Zhao Feng put all his strength into the 9 lightning, soul-refining mirror to drag away the weakened souls of the devil saint god duo. After doing all this, Zhao Feng's intent was almost completely depleted. On the other side, only the thunder flame ancient dragon and ancient god Netherspring were left. Both of them were rank 9 ancient gods and samsara immortal bodies, making them rather difficult to kill. But even if he couldn't kill them, he couldn't let them have it easy. Zhao Feng's group continued to pursue ancient god Netherspring and the thunder flame ancient dragon, heedlessly unleashing powerful attacks. Although they had samsara immortal bodies, they still felt the pain of their bodies being torn apart. The attacks of Zhao Feng's group tore apart their bodies again and again, causing screams to echo through the air. Above the Arctic abyss, the battle between ancient god Scarlet Firmament and the gray-scaled elder was intensifying. At a certain moment, the gray-scaled elder received a message from ancient god Netherspring. In a flash, his face contorted in shock and rage. Black clouds surged and roared, a clear indication of his intense, emotional upheaval. To think that it would end up like this. The gray-scaled elder's cold and sinister voice drifted through the air. The heaven's legacy cat had escaped, the treasury had been plundered, and the heavenly demon hall was in shambles. And ancient god Netherspring still had no way of dealing with those 2 intruders. Based on what ancient god Netherspring had said, the gray-scaled elder naturally took the intruders to be members of the space-time sacred land. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament's expression flickered. His opponent was suddenly behaving strangely, as if he wasn't happy. From the gray-scaled elder's rage, ancient god Scarlet Firmament could deduce that ancient god Luoling was probably fine. Don't think that just because you're from the space-time sacred land that you can do whatever you want. The gray-scaled elder coldly said. Ancient god Netherspring's explanation had infuriated him, but the final result would not change. It's you who's doing whatever you want. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament was also infuriated. I truly did underestimate you. I didn't think that the space-time sacred land would have such a person. The gray-scaled elder gave a sinister smile. The person he was referring to was naturally Zhao Feng. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament revealed a strange expression. In his view, the heavenly demon hall still had experts presiding over it, so ancient god Luoling's operation would not go very smoothly. But from the gray-scaled elder's words, it seemed like the heavenly demon hall had suffered a major loss. But everything is over. All of you will be buried here. The gray-scaled elder continued. After saying this, the gray-scaled elder rapidly retreated, putting some distance between him and ancient god Scarlet Firmament. What do you mean? Ancient god Scarlet Firmament's eyes turned as he felt an ill foreboding. Suddenly, he sensed a life-or-death crisis. He turned around and looked behind him. In the distant sky was a pitch-black expanse of death energy, devoid of any life. And in the middle of these endless black clouds was an unremarkable figure. The moment he saw this person, ancient god Scarlet Firmament's soul trembled in fear. Swish! A moment later, this unremarkable black figure appeared in the Arctic abyss, in the middle of the battlefield between the upper echelon members of the 2 factions. At the same time, everyone present felt the world shake as an irresistible divine might engulf the world. In a flash, All of them vomited blood, their souls trembling uncontrollably. The world was pitch black, and all they could see was a boundless black fog. Everyone felt like they had arrived in another world where their lives were no longer in their control. God, Lord! Ancient God Scarlet Firmament's face was pale as he stared in fear at the black figure in the center of this pitch-black world. Chapter 1349. Within the heavenly demon hall, Zhao Feng, Ancient God Netherspring, and the others in pursuit suddenly trembled. All of them felt like a dreadful energy was hanging over their heads. What's going on? This majestic energy is coming from outside. Ancient God Luo Ling paled as she blurted out in shock. Just this majestic energy was able to seep into the defensive array from outside and into the heavenly demon hall, striking fear into everyone's hearts. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the expert exuding this energy was. This energy, haha, all of you are finished. The fleeing ancient god, Netherspring, suddenly stopped and then began to madly laugh. A power that could make even a rank 9 ancient god like him feel such fear, and that death energy and reaction meant that ancient god Netherspring was sure that a god lord expert had arrived at the heavenly demon hall. When the Heaven's legacy cat was captured, the heavenly demon hall had sent a message. The matter of the Heaven's legacy cat was extremely important, so the higher-ups had sent a god lord to personally come. Of course, this god lord would also take away all the treasures and research results accumulated by the heavenly demon hall. What's going on? Zhao Feng felt uneasy, but he had expended too much of his intent at this moment. It was simply impossible for him to see through the heavenly demon hall and the arctic abyss tens of thousands of feet long. Haha, the Lord God Lord has descended. Do you think you troublemakers will be able to survive? Ancient God Netherspring spoke without any hesitation. He wanted to see the fear on the faces of Zhao Feng's group. God Lord! Ancient God Luo Ling's heart trembled as she sensed that the situation was bad. The strongest member of their team this time was Ancient God Scarlet Firmament. However, they were members of the space-time sacred land, so this God Lord probably wouldn't make things difficult for them. The God Lord is here. Zhao Feng's body trembled. On the surface, the leaders of the ancient, desolate realm of gods were usually ancient gods. God Lords were supreme experts that were rarely seen in tens of thousands of years, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of years. It was rumored that a God Lord's rage could destroy the world. Even the calm Zhao Feng began to panic at this moment. He was not like ancient God Luo Ling, who had the protection of the space-time sacred land. Behind him was the spirit race, and their deterrence was far inferior to that of a divine realm holy land. Moreover, Zhao Feng had destroyed the heavenly demon hall to such an extent and had killed countless members. That God Lord had no reason to let him go. At this moment, even if Zhao Feng used all his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to hurt the divine master at all. In fact, if some of his secrets were exposed, he might even be targeted by the divine master. The only way to survive was to pretend to be a member of the space-time sacred land and have ancient god Luo Ling help him. But if Zhao Feng left and ran into the people of the space-time sacred land, he might be exposed. Whoosh! Zhao Feng took out several soul-nourishing ingredients and consumed them to recover his energy. At the same time, he put away the space-time robe and sealed his origin energy. God Lord! The flames on the black destruction serpent dragon's body instantly disappeared, and it turned into a black-scaled male with an expression of fear. His master was Zhao Feng, and if even Zhao Feng found it difficult to self-detonate, the black destruction serpent dragon would be in even more danger. The black destruction serpent dragon was extremely unwilling to accept this. Its cultivation was now far above its previous level, and it had even obtained the reverse scale of the destruction dragon race. It had a chance of reaching the peak of the ancient god realm, perhaps even becoming a god lord. In the outside world, the world was pitch black, a world of endless darkness and death. Everyone's life and death seemed to be in the hands of another. Everyone trembled as they resisted the enormous pressure and stared at the center of this world of death, at the person who held their fates in his hands. He had a head of white hair, and his withered face exuded a dignified aura. His pitch-black eyes were like black holes of death that devoured all life. "It's a god lord." Ancient god Scarlet Firmament stared at this person in shock. Only a god lord could possess such power. Moreover, ancient god Scarlet Firmament sensed that this person was no ordinary god lord. The moment this god lord appeared in this world, everything revolved around him. Even if ancient god Scarlet Firmament wanted to use space-time intent to escape, it would be extremely difficult. How could a god lord descend? The other members of the space-time sacred land were stunned by ancient god Scarlet Firmament's words. In this pitch-black world, they sensed that their vitality was constantly being drained away, and this was just the energy that this person was unintentionally exuding. "Lord Heavenly Solitude, I didn't think that you would personally come." The gray-scaled elder respectfully bowed. At the same time, all the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall got down on their knees. This faction truly isn't simple. It even has such a powerful god lord. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament mentally muttered in shock. "You are Scarlet Firmament." God Lord Heavenly Solitude suddenly turned to ancient god Scarlet Firmament. This casual glance placed immense pressure on ancient god Scarlet Firmament. The surrounding black mist of death began to gather around ancient god Scarlet Firmament, devouring his vitality even faster. Yes, ancient god Scarlet Firmament circulated all his energy to resist the worldly energy of God Lord Heavenly Solitude as he stared straight at him. They were members of the space-time sacred land, and he was the disciple of the space-time god. Ordinary god lords would not dare to do anything to him. Moreover, this god lord didn't seem to be an expert of a god realm's sacred land. Thus, ancient god Scarlet Firmament was not afraid. He was confident that as long as he gave a sufficient reason, God Lord Heavenly Solitude would not make things difficult for them. God Lord Heavenly Solitude looked at ancient god Scarlet Firmament and faintly smiled. Whoosh! He suddenly extended his palm toward the Heavenly Demon Hall at the bottom of the Arctic abyss. Origin energy that ordinary people could not sense began to exude from God Lord Heavenly Solitude's hand. A moment later, the entire Arctic abyss began to fiercely tremble. At a glance, it seemed like the entire earth was shaking and on the verge of splitting apart. This is the power of a God Lord. This is practically capable of changing the world. A space-time sacred land, ancient god's eyes went wide as he blurted out in shock. Everything beneath their feet was quaking, and the mountains, rivers, and earth were all shattered. What's he doing? Ancient god Scarlet Firmament's expression tightened. He sensed that this god lord was not playing by the rules. Rise! God Lord Heavenly Solitude called out. Rumble! The earth beneath everyone's feet began to crumble apart. A moment later, an enormous black ball of light began to slowly rise into the air. This, ancient god Scarlet Firmament, stared in shock at this ball of light. Within this ball of light was a massive sealed building complex. This was clearly the entire Heavenly Demon Hall. The defensive array around the Heavenly Demon Hall was still active, and the many experts maintaining the array were all at a loss as to what to do. God Lord Heavenly Solitude had taken away the territory of a peak 4-star god, ancient god Luo Ling. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament suddenly thought of something. God Lord Heavenly Solitude was clearly trying to move the entire Heavenly Demon Hall away, but ancient god Luo Ling was still inside. Lord Heavenly Solitude truly possesses divine strength. The gray-scaled elder said in a trembling voice, his face agitated. This sight was far too impactfful. In addition, now that this matter had gotten so big, the Heavenly Demon Hall could no longer exist. He naturally understood God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's actions. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude nodded in silence. The black ball of light enveloping the entire Heavenly Demon Hall gradually shrank until it was only several hundred feet in size. In comparison, shrinking a dimension wasn't too difficult. The most difficult thing was that taking away such a massive piece of land required an enormous amount of energy. Whoosh! The black ball of light floated to God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's side. The ground was now a scene of devastation. Within the Heavenly Demon Hall, what happened just now? Everyone asked in shock. They only sensed that the entire Heavenly Demon Hall was shaking, but they didn't know anything else. Let me see what's going on. Zhao Feng's intent had recovered a little, and if he used his see-through ability, he should be able to see what was going on outside. Swish, swish, swish. He pierced through layer after layer. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's expression warped again and again. In a daze, Zhao Feng didn't know how to express himself. Upon seeing through everything, he realized that the Heavenly Demon Hall was floating in the sky. In the sky was an enormous, black-clothed man, as if he was the center of the world. This was a God Lord. What sort of ability is this? Zhao Feng sighed in shock. He knew that it wasn't that his opponent had gotten bigger, but that they had gotten smaller. The entire Heavenly Demon Hall had gotten smaller. At this moment, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude looked into the Heavenly Demon Hall and coldly laughed. For the Heavenly Demon Hall to be reduced to such a state, you have to pay the corresponding price. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude looked at ancient God, Scarlet Firmament, and coldly said. All the members of the space-time sacred land were stunned by these words. Senior, the cause of this matter was the Heavenly Demon Hall capturing the people of the space-time sacred land. Ancient God Scarlet Firmament was also frightened and hurriedly explained. How many people from the space-time sacred land died? How many members of the Heavenly Demon Hall died? God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude coldly asked, his expression unchanged. For a time, the members of the space-time sacred land fell silent. That was not the way it worked. Can the people of the Heavenly Demon Hall compare to the people of the space-time sacred land? A rank 9 ancient God finally couldn't hold it in any longer and whispered. He was a top-class, rank 9 ancient God that had come with ancient God Scarlet Firmament and was second only to ancient God Scarlet Firmament. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's expression remained unchanged as if he hadn't heard. He looked at ancient God Scarlet Firmament and said, I won't kill you, but they must all die. Ancient God Scarlet Firmament was the space-time God's disciple, so God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude truly didn't dare to do anything to him. Senior, this ancient God Scarlet Firmament grimaced and prepared to say something. Kaboom! Black fog surged through the world, transforming into savage ghost claws that attacked the space-time sacred land member who had just spoken. No, spare me! After a few screams, the black fog scattered and the rank 9 ancient God was gone. As for God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude, he seemed to have done nothing at all. The scene instantly fell silent as the fear of death engulfed the minds of the space-time sacred land members. This God, Lord, actually dared to kill the people of the space-time sacred land on a whim. This sort of behavior would definitely enrage the space-time sacred land. Unless God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's faction was on the same level as the space-time sacred land, he would be pursued by the space-time sacred land no matter where he fled to. Within the Heavenly Demon Hall, Zhao Feng was also watching all of this in utter shock. He had always believed that the difference between a God Lord and a rank 9 ancient God wasn't very large. Only today did he realize how naive he had been. Only a God Lord could be considered a god of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Next, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's voice was like the pronouncement of death. At this moment, everyone except ancient God Scarlet Firmament of the space-time sacred land went stiff, their souls trembling in fear. Die. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's voice resounded, and the black fog of death in the world of darkness surged. But at this moment, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude grimaced. This was the first time his expression had changed so much since he had arrived. Stop! An ancient and ethereal voice, one that seemed to come from a distant dimension, resounded through the world of darkness. At the same time, a bright light shone down from the sky. The world of darkness slowly began to crumble. Chapter 1350. While moving forward, the gray-scaled old man impatiently took out a communication token. Even so, the space-time ruler's ability to transcend space was still able to descend upon him from such a great distance. There was only one person in the space-time sacred land with this title. The space-time god-eye of the 8 great god-eyes, the progenitor of all eye bloodlines related to space-time intent. Zhao Feng said directly, before this pair of silver eyes, everyone felt as insignificant as ants. Their bodies trembled, and they unconsciously prostrated themselves in worship. Lord God, please let him go. Can we go now? So. All the members of the Heavenly Demon Hall looked at the members of the space-time sacred land in even greater fear. Those massive silver eyes focused on God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude. Everyone in the Heavenly Demon Hall felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they stood up. But they did not dare to go too far, all because of the existence of the space-time sacred land. The cause of the battle between the 2 great powers was the Heavenly Demon Hall. You're a mighty god, Lord. Do you feel no shame attacking an ancient god? As the disciple of the space-time hegemon, it was his duty to resolve his master's problems. Everyone in the Heavenly Demon Hall looked at the silver sky, their hearts filled with panic. Ancient god Luo Ling didn't think too much and left with Zhao Feng. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude was rendered speechless. Many experts of the Heavenly Demon Hall asked in their hearts, who? The gray-scaled old man cried out in alarm. Yes, they were thinking that Zhao Feng might be someone that ancient god Luo Ling had brought from the Heavenly Demon Hall. If they took him away, they might be able to obtain some information from him. Then the entire world of darkness slowly dissipated, as if dark clouds had gathered to welcome the sun after the rain. If the Heavenly Demon Hall had used everything they had at the start, the space-time sacred land would have had no chance of victory, and they might even have suffered grievous casualties. Master, ancient god Scarlet Firmament's eyes flashed in pleasant surprise. This was the power of the space-time god, the absolute ruler of space-time. The entire world seemed illusory, giving off an extremely surreal feeling. Earlier, Zhao Feng almost believed that God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude would kill all the other members of the space-time sacred land. Of course, this included Zhao Feng and ancient god Luo Ling in the Heavenly Demon Hall. The people of the space-time sacred land asked no further questions. But now, Zhao Feng was saying that the space-time sacred land's god power had descended upon this place. The first sentence was to stop the killing, and the second sentence was to end everything. In the ancient, desolate realm of gods, the number of people who could be called gods could be counted on one hand. What's that? From this point of view, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's killing of the space-time sacred land's ancient god was completely within reason. Lord God, are you planning to personally deal with a god lord like me? The people of the space-time sacred land led Zhao Feng away. They were incomparably shocked. They had never imagined that their movements had been monitored by the Lord Sovereign this entire time. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude immediately admitted defeat and offered compensation. However, when they looked at the outside world, they were shocked once again. Ancient god Luo Ling sensed that Zhao Feng seemed to know something. Ancient god Luo Ling, Ancient God Luo Ling asked. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the gigantic ball of darkness floating beside the tower. Zhao Feng was also watching everything outside. At this moment, God Lord Heavenly Solitude, who was like a supreme god in everyone's eyes, truly stopped and raised his head to the sky. Space-time, ruler, just the space-traversing phantom shadow is already so powerful. But in this matter, the Heavenly Demon Hall was in the wrong first. We are willing to compensate the members of the space-time sacred land who died. The huge silver eyes in the sky turned slightly. To think that such a change would occur. This was the first time they had ever seen the power of a sovereign, and never could they have imagined that they would be fighting an enemy. Since the Lord Hegemin was personally taking action, they wouldn't be in any danger. On the other hand, the Heavenly Demon Hall at this moment, ancient god Scarlet Firmament coldly laughed. At the same time, countless overlapping shadows appeared in the entire world. Let's go. All the members of the space-time sacred land answered in unison. Many of the space-time sacred land members were stunned by this sight. This youth was so young and didn't have the eye of space-time, but his space-time intent was so powerful. At the same time, all the members of the space-time sacred land kneeled and cried out in unison, "Lord God!" The heart of the gray-scaled old man trembled violently, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhao Feng was extremely shocked. "Lord Sovereign, no, how is this possible? You're spouting nonsense." God, Lord Heavenly Solitude, naturally understood what ancient God Scarlet Firmament was referring to. Just like that, everyone from the space-time sacred land, leave this place. Thump. This. The gray-scaled old man blurted out in shock, his face contorted in shock. After kneeling, their expressions and movements became extremely stiff and slow, as if they were moving in slow motion. It seemed like he had underestimated the power of a god. In this battle, the Heavenly Demon Hall had suffered grievous losses, and the space-time sacred land had even offered to compensate the members of the space-time sacred land who had died. He had seen everything just now, but he didn't know exactly what had happened. Stop. At this moment, not even ancient god Netherspring had any idea how the situation would develop. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, Zhao Wang, and the little thieving cat had long ago been put away in Zhao Feng's interspatial dimension. Members of the space-time sacred land, leave the Heavenly Demon Hall. There's still one more person? Although the world of darkness had vanished, the area around them was now covered in a layer of silver. At this moment, a bright beam of light descended from the sky. Zhao Feng stared at the silver eyes in the sky. No one could be sure that if the Heavenly Demon Hall did not do as they were told, the space-time god's power would descend once more. Ancient God, Scarlet Firmament, straightforwardly said, "This." But quite a few space-time god-eye descendants seemed to have guessed at something when they saw that pair of silver eyes. Reverence and worship appeared in their eyes. Ancient God, Scarlet Firmament, saw that ancient God Luo Ling was fine and that she had even broken through. So he immediately called out in delight. Two silhouettes flew out from the dark light ball, and at this moment he was willing to compensate the members of the space-time sacred land who had died. Ancient God, Scarlet Firmament, got down on one knee and respectfully said, "At this moment, the voice of the soul resounded through the sky once more." What's going on? He had no idea what was going on outside. But now that he had left the Heavenly Demon Hall, he realized that Zhao Feng and the members of the space-time sacred land had all disappeared. God, Lord Heavenly Solitude, immediately said. The experts skilled in space-time intent suddenly felt that the world's space-time had become extremely foreign, and they were unable to use their space-time energy. Swish! God, Lord Heavenly Solitude, was stunned. Ancient God Luo Ling bluntly asked, "How could this be? The space-time god actually paid attention to this place." He even wondered if the space-time god had been paying attention this entire time, waiting for him to strike. Once he killed an ancient god of the space-time sacred land. The space-time god killing him would be understandable. Bzzz. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's expression darkened, and then he spoke in a cold and sinister voice. The Heaven's legacy cat is not in the Heavenly Demon Hall. They were the publicly acknowledged gods of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, omnipotent. What's going on? Zhao Feng stared at ancient god Luoling and asked. Ancient god Netherspring was stunned, and then he angrily bellowed. He had not expected for the space-time god to interfere. The members of the Heavenly Demon Hall around God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude were powerless to resist and instantly kneeled on the ground. I'll go with you. This voice. At this point, Zhao Feng's heart surged with passion and pride. Lord God, a cold and sinister voice echoed through every corner of the Heavenly Demon Hall. The power of a god deity has descended. If the space-time sacred land continued to pursue this matter, it would lose its reputation as a sacred land. Ancient god Luo Ling blurted out in shock, and then a look of joy appeared on her face. The compensation for the deaths of these 3 people was nothing to a god lord. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's body erupted with powerful energy to resist the space-time pressure. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament looked at Zhao Feng in confusion. He remembered that he had only sent ancient god Luoling to infiltrate the Heavenly Demon Hall. After all, the space-time sacred lands people were already attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver eyes in the sky disappeared. Just a moment ago, that oppressive death energy had vanished. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Gone. When they were in danger, the space-time god used his supreme divine ability to use his space transference to descend. Otherwise, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude would have killed yet another ancient god of the space-time sacred land. Silver light crisscrossed in the sky, creating an extremely complex picture. Although the space-time god had left, that invisible pressure still shrouded their bodies. Although they had been noticed by the god this time, nothing major had happened. He had belittled himself and raised up the space-time god, then said that the space-time god was bullying the weak. In a flash, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's face turned ghastly pale, and a trickle of black blood seeped out of the corner of his lips. His left eye twitched slightly, and he felt an unprecedented sense of excitement. His legs trembled as if he was about to fall to his knees. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude, called out. This was the space-time god's second sentence. Thump, 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 thump. If the god spiritual I really was the 9th god there would come a day when he also had a chance to reach that level and become a god of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. A god who would rule the world for all eternity. 8 great god eyes, space-time god God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's expression darkened. Zhao Feng exuded space-time intent and used space-time blink to appear in the space-time sacred land group. This is compensation. The other members of the space-time sacred land stared in shock at Zhao Feng. They didn't recognize this person. The messenger was naturally ancient god Netherspring. What? The heavens' legacy cat was taken away? Lord God, my actions just now were completely because your disciple led a group of people to attack the Heavenly Demon Hall and caused enormous losses and casualties. Although the Antian zone bordered the Yonling zone, the space-time sacred land was extremely far from the Arctic abyss. An ordinary rank 3 or rank 4 true god would need nearly 10 years of uninterrupted flight to get there. Those massive silver eyes seemed to become the heavens, obscuring all. In a flash, a pair of massive silver eyes appeared in the sky. These eyes seemed to contain their own world, their own universe, and countless stars and motes of light could be seen within them. Anyone who looked into them would feel like they had fallen into an unknown space-time. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude had casually tossed out an interspatial dimension. The value of this interspatial dimension was more than enough to pay for 3 lives. Moreover, the strength and talent that Zhao Feng had displayed were not bad. It would be even better if he joined the space-time sacred land. That's enough. An ancient and ethereal voice that seemed to come from a distant space-time resounded through the world of darkness. Within the heavenly demon hall, other than the person that God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude had just killed, the only other people who had died in the space-time sacred land were the 2 core disciples of the space-time sacred land that the heavenly demon hall had captured at the very beginning. However, Zhao Feng speculated that the people of the space-time sacred land would definitely be able to leave safely, but he himself might not be able to. To his surprise, when God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude was about to kill the second person, the space-time god suddenly intervened. Of course, the silver eye in the sky was not the space-time god's true body, but his ability to transcend space. Suddenly, Chapter 1351, Zhao Feng flew with the space-time sacred lands group for a very long time. Ancient god Luoling, who is this person? Someone in the group finally asked. Zhao Feng was young, but he already had the cultivation of a rank 8 ancient god. Even rarer was that he didn't have the eye of space-time, but his space-time intent was so profound. Even the space-time sacred land would find it difficult to find a disciple more outstanding than Zhao Feng. I got to know him when I infiltrated the heavenly demon hall, so he's also an infiltrator. The 2 of us worked together to survive until now. Ancient god Luoling glanced at Zhao Feng and then said, in the heavenly demon hall, she had never seen Zhao Feng's true appearance. She could only judge from his voice that Zhao Feng wasn't very old. When she saw Zhao Feng's true appearance, even ancient god Luoling was taken aback. Zhao Feng had a handsome appearance and an excellent demeanor. When paired with his deep left eye and dreamy silver hair, he seemed even more mysterious and bewitching. Infiltrator. The members of the space-time sacred land were all taken aback. They had never imagined that Zhao Feng would have such an identity. Ancient god Luoling's suggestion of helping each other attracted the attention of everyone present. Now that ancient god Luoling had become a rank 9 ancient god. Anyone that could help her could not be simple. Good sir, may I ask which faction you belong to? Ancient god Scarlet Firmament straightforwardly asked. With Zhao Feng's talent, he was probably a member of a major faction, perhaps even a god, realm sacred land. But if Zhao Feng was a member of a major faction, why would he infiltrate the heavenly demon hall alone? In addition, he was also very interested in Zhao Feng's goal in infiltrating the heavenly demon hall. What sort of goal was worth him entering a danger zone alone? Spiritual race, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng bluntly said. Now that he knew his appearance, it would be extremely easy for the other party to investigate his identity, so there was no need to hide anything. Spiritual race. The members of the space-time sacred land became pensive. This Zhao will take his leave. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely pay a visit to thank all of you. Zhao Feng immediately offered his resignation. He was only borrowing the space-time sacred land's hand to escape the heavenly demon hall. He had no plans of going with them to the space-time sacred land. Then I'll take my leave. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament did not urge him to stay. Farewell. Zhao Feng said to ancient god Luoling before leaving. After traveling a short distance, Zhao Feng suddenly stopped. Let's try teleportation. Space shift required one to have 6 levels of space profound. Zhao Feng had been studying it for a long time, and now he understood 70 to 80% of it. In order to increase the chances of success, Zhao Feng put on the space-time robe. Swoosh! Layers of space rippled, with Zhao Feng at the center. Gradually, the spatial vortex became smaller and smaller, but the spatial fluctuations became more intense. In the next moment, Zhao Feng's figure was directly sucked into the space vortex. Over 10 million miles away. Whoosh! Whoosh! A spatial vortex suddenly appeared, and Zhao Feng's figure slowly emerged from the void. A single teleportation can cover more than 10 million miles. Zhao Feng was stunned. This distance was several dozen times that of instant movement. Of course, this was Zhao Feng's first time using space shift, so there was still room for improvement. In addition, although space shift allowed one to travel an extremely long distance, the secret art took a long time to prepare and could easily be interrupted. Ancient God Luoling, how did you get to know Zhao Feng? What's his goal in infiltrating the Heavenly Demon Hall? Quite a few members of the team immediately asked. I ran into him on the way into the secret hall. His goal is to rescue his pet. Ancient God Luoling straightforwardly replied. Rescue his pet? Ancient God Luoling, you haven't been tricked by that brat, have you? An elderly rank 8 ancient god with blue hair faintly smiled. In his view, although ancient God Luoling was talented and powerful, she was still too young and inexperienced. Ancient God Luoling coldly glanced at this person and said nothing. Right? Ancient God Luoling, with your strength, even if you run into danger, that Zhao Feng shouldn't be able to help you, right? Ancient God Scarlet Firmament suddenly asked. Earlier, with Zhao Feng present, he was too embarrassed to directly speak. I broke into rank 9 entirely because of him. Ancient God Luoling did not explain in too much detail. What? Many of the space-time Sacred Land members present were stunned. The one who had helped ancient God Luoling break into rank 9 was Zhao Feng. Several of the people present were rank 8 ancient gods, and they were even more anxious to know how Zhao Feng had helped ancient God Luoling break into rank 9. However, right at this moment, an oppressive aura of death suddenly descended, causing the heavens and the earth to darken. All the members of the space-time Sacred Land, including ancient God Scarlet Firmament, had grave expressions. They were all extremely familiar with this energy. It belonged to God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude. Swish! Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of them. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's sinister and terrifying eyes scanned the area, and then his expression darkened. Where's Zhao Feng? God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude straightforwardly asked. Once Zhao Feng's appearance was exposed, the Heavenly Demon Hall immediately investigated his identity. Gone. Ancient God Scarlet Firmament bluntly said. Gone. Haha. Your space-time Sacred Land is far too untrustworthy. You actually took an outsider away. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude coldly snorted, and an invisible pressure began to weigh down on all the members of the space-time Sacred Land. All of them had gloomy expressions, and even breathing became somewhat difficult. Quite a few of them shot dissatisfied glances at ancient God Luoling. It doesn't seem like we took Zhao Feng away, but Zhao Feng left with us. And we never said that he was a member of the space-time Sacred Land. Ancient God Scarlet Firmament fearlessly said. He was confident that God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude would not do anything to them. After all, they had done nothing wrong, and the space-time God was still intimidating them. Good, good. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude's eyes bulged as he stared at the people in front of him. A suffocating death energy began to spread, and this was only because God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude was doing his best to suppress it. Otherwise, an ordinary rank 8 ancient god would have died on the spot. From this, one could see just how angry God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude was. But this was completely understandable. His primary goal in coming to the Heavenly Demon Hall was to take away the Heaven's legacy cat. The research results of the Heavenly Demon Hall were secondary, and not only had he run into the space-time god on this trip, he had lost a great deal of face. Most importantly, he had lost the Heaven's legacy cat. I trust that the members of the space-time Sacred Land are not intentionally deceiving me. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude gradually calmed down. This person plundered many precious resources in the Heavenly Demon Hall and killed several ancient god experts. Which direction did he take just now? God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude straightforwardly asked. There was no need to target the space-time sacred land at this moment. Zhao Feng had probably left not too long ago, so it was still possible to catch up. The members of the space-time sacred land couldn't help but sigh. Just what was so special about this Zhao Feng that God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude would personally come to capture him? Over there, ancient god Luo Ling pointed. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament grimaced, but he said nothing. Ancient god Luo Ling was naturally pointing in the wrong direction. It was the exact opposite of the direction Zhao Feng had taken. God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude was stunned, but he also said nothing. When he investigated Zhao Feng, he naturally knew that Zhao Feng was from the spiritual race, and ancient god Luo Ling was pointing in the opposite direction. However, Zhao Feng had probably predicted that the Heavenly Demon Hall would pursue him, so it was perfectly normal for him to do the opposite. Swish! A moment later, God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude vanished. Light returned to the world, and everyone felt relieved. Ancient god Luo Ling, how could you do this? You've offended a god lord. The blue-haired elder immediately questioned. Everyone felt nothing but yearning, respect, and fear toward a god lord. He helped me break into rank 9, so I helped him once. Ancient god Luo Ling softly said, her expression unchanged. In truth, Zhao Feng helping her break into rank 9 was a transaction, and the transaction was concluded long ago. Hurry and go. Ancient god Scarlet Firmament barked. Although ancient god Luo Ling had deceived God Lord Heavenly Solitude, even if God Lord Heavenly Solitude failed to capture her, there was no direct evidence that the space-time sacred land had deceived him. However, if he came looking for her, there would inevitably be some trouble. Swish! The members of the space-time sacred land hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, who was in the middle of studying space-time shift, had no idea that he had just brushed shoulders with death. Bzzz, a silver-robed man emerged from a spatial whirlpool. Although it's rather taxing, it's completely worth it given the distance. Zhao Feng was extremely satisfied with space-time shift. The ancient desolate realm of gods was incredibly vast, and each journey was rather long and dull. This was also why almost all true gods and ancient gods would try to comprehend space intent. Using space-time shift, he would stop from time to time. Less than 10 days later, he arrived outside the Black Devil Peak faction. I wonder what's going on with ancient god floating spirits group. Zhao Feng pondered. After entering the Heavenly Demon Hall, communication methods were cut off from the outside world, so Elder Floating Spirit and the others were unable to contact Zhao Feng. The spiritual race's trade mission had ended long ago, so the spiritual race team had probably already returned. Bzzz. Zhao Feng slightly activated his left eye and peered into Black Devil Peak. After the god's spiritual eye evolved, its vision had become even broader, and coupled with its ability to see through things, it was like a fish in water. Moreover, if he used his eyes to observe, he wouldn't be noticed. If he used his divine sense, an expert of the same level would immediately notice him. They probably left. Zhao Feng observed many places, but there was no sign of any spiritual race experts remaining here. I wonder if Kuan Yin... Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself. Back then, he had planned to have the spiritual race elders take Kuan Yin away before parting with the spiritual race. But midway, Zhao Hui had been robbed, so he hadn't been notified. However, as long as Kuan Yin explained everything to the spiritual race elders, ancient god Floating Spirit would definitely lend a helping hand. But when Zhao Feng's gaze swept over Kuan Yin's residence, his expression darkened. On the outer peak, a certain room was surrounded by outer peak disciples. Kuan Yin, hurry and come out. Let's spar again. A tall, skeleton-like youth loudly laughed. As long as you defeat me, you can take back that average-quality divine artifact you lost to me and become the #1 disciple of the Outer Peak. The day you enter the Inner Peak is just around the corner. The skeleton-like youth coldly laughed as he continued to shout. Hurry and come out, Kuan Yin, you cowardly turtle. Several dozen Outer Peak disciples around him began to shout. Kuan Yin, I've asked you many times for guidance, but you've never given me any face. Since that's the case, I can only break down the door and enter. The skeleton-like youth gave a savage smile as he flew toward the door. But suddenly, a terrifying energy that suppressed the entire crowd descended. Boom! Bang! The skeletal youth spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Chapter 1352. When Kuan Yin heard that the skeletal man was about to break in, his heart trembled. As an outer sect disciple, the skeletal man would be punished for breaking into another disciple's room. However, all of the skeletal man's actions were directed by True God Cloudbreaker, and True God Cloudbreaker was now a core disciple with a lofty status. The steward managing the outer sect disciples didn't want to offend True God Cloudbreaker, so he turned a blind eye. Knowing that he couldn't dodge, Kuan Yin pushed open the door. But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, an imposing aura that shook the entire place suddenly spread out. The charging skeletal man was sent flying and crashed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Everyone else felt a mountainous pressure and found it extremely difficult to even stand. This, I wonder, senior brother? The skeletal man fearfully stared at Zhao Feng. This youth was far more powerful than he had imagined. Such terrifying strength meant that he was definitely a core disciple. But the skeletal man didn't remember such a person from Black Devil Peak. Thump! The other outer sect disciples all kneeled. Kuan Yin, why are you still here? Zhao Feng whispered as he suddenly turned around. Kuan Yin stared in shock at this expert. He wanted to know just which senior brother or senior had helped him this time. When he saw Zhao Feng's face, his face froze, and then it turned into shock. You're Zhao Feng. Kuan Yin called out in alarm. Although his eyes and hair had changed color, his face hadn't changed much. Moreover, Kuan Yin knew that Zhao Feng's left eye was constantly transforming. When Kuan Yin called out Zhao Feng's name, 1 or 2 Black Devil Peak disciples paled, including the skeletal man. The spiritual races, Zhao Feng. The skeletal man immediately got up, his expression no longer respectful. He had originally believed that this was a senior brother or elder of Black Devil Peak, not that it was Zhao Feng. As a member of the spirit race, it was wrong for Zhao Feng to attack a disciple of Black Devil Peak. Moreover, he hadn't done anything to Zhao Feng. It was Zhao Feng who had attacked first. Moreover, True God Cloudbreaker, who stood behind the skeletal man, was also a core disciple on the same level as the spiritual race's Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, you trespassed on Black Devil Peak and attacked a disciple of Black Devil Peak. Just wait for your punishment, the skeletal man said coldly. Zhao Feng was not afraid at all. He did not even look at the skeletal man. It's like this. Kuan Yin was already extremely depressed, so he directly spat out the whole story. It turned out that Black Devil Peak had sent out a large number of people to search for Zhao Hui after his disappearance, but to no avail. Thus, Kuan Yin could only take the initiative to inform the spirit race elder of everything, hoping to escape this place. Alas, True God Cloudbreaker had secretly sent people to imprison Kuan Yin in his residence, causing him to miss the opportunity. Afterward, Kuan Yin was targeted by True God Cloudbreaker, whose current goal was to extract the treasures and divine artifacts on him. Not too long ago, Kuan Yin had been forced to fight. At the time, he believed that with his 3 average-quality divine artifacts, he should be able to defeat the skeletal man. But to his surprise, the skeletal man also had an average quality divine artifact from true god Cloudbreaker. Coupled with the fact that the skeletal man was extremely strong, Kuan Yin was defeated and lost an average quality divine artifact. "I'll take you away," Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. Only now did he turn around and coldly stare at the skeletal man. In a flash, the skeletal man felt like the sky was collapsing, making it impossible for him to move. "Die," Zhao Feng muttered. In a flash, the skeletal man's soul was crushed by an invisible force and pulverized. Thump! The skeletal man's body toppled to the ground. An interspatial dimension flew out of his body and over to Kuan Yin's side. Kuan Yin was extremely excited when he saw the interspatial dimension. This was strength, killing a true god as easily as killing an ant. At this moment, boom, boom, two evil and fiendish auras erupted from the outer peak of Black Devil Peak. Who dares to intrude upon Black Devil Peak? Two evil path ancient gods charged toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had pierced through Black Devil Peak's sensory domain. Even if he didn't intentionally release his cultivation, Black Devil Peak would still know. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two silhouettes instantly arrived nearby. When their gazes swept over the skeletal man at the side, their faces instantly darkened. "Elder!" The Black Devil Peak disciples respectfully bowed. "Zhao Feng, you recklessly intruded upon Black Devil Peak and killed the disciples of Black Devil Peak. Don't you have no respect for Black Devil Peak?" One of them coldly questioned. "I'm helping you clean up your sect." Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he scanned the two ancient gods and unleashed an invisible energy. These two ancient god elders were only rank 7 ancient gods guarding the outer peak. Zhao Feng could instantly kill them with a glance. Rank 8. The expressions of the two elders immediately relaxed a little. The death of an outer peak disciple was nothing. They just felt that a junior dared to act so arrogantly and wanted to teach him a lesson. They hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to be a rank 8 ancient god. Based on what they knew, Zhao Feng had just broken into rank 7 not too long ago. How could he have reached rank 8 so quickly? "Zhao Feng, you killed a disciple of Black Devil Peak. You can't just leave like this. You have to give an explanation to the higher-ups." The two elders relaxed their words and decided to leave this matter to the higher-ups. "Okay." Zhao Feng nodded. Killing an outer peak disciple wasn't much, but Zhao Feng wanted to take away an outer peak disciple. If these two actions were added together, it truly would seem like Zhao Feng was being too unbridled and had no respect for Black Devil Peak. In the conference hall, "You are Zhao Feng?" Elder Tao carefully examined Zhao Feng and gave a slight nod. He truly lived up to his reputation as the most dazzling genius of the spiritual race. He had directly broken through to rank 6, reached rank 7 not too long ago, and now was rank 8. Not even the spiritual race with extremely thick bloodlines could compare to this level of talent. The demon-faced elder was also rather surprised. Black Devil Peak was divided into 2 factions. Elder Tao's faction had a good relationship with the spiritual race, while the demon-faced elder's faction was trying to worsen the relationship between the spiritual race and the other faction. "Zhao Feng, for you to casually kill a disciple of my Black Devil Peak is far too impudent," the demon-faced elder suddenly asked, exuding an indistinct and powerful energy. Previously, when the spiritual race first arrived, he proposed a competition in an attempt to worsen the relationship between the spiritual race and Elder Tao's faction. In the end, Zhao Hui had appeared out of nowhere and disrupted his plans. If he could use this chance to heavily punish Zhao Feng, the spiritual race would definitely be fiercely displeased, and he would once more be able to achieve his goal. "Elder, let me speak of another matter first. Zhao Hui and I are very good brothers, and I just so happened to be traveling around the Antian Zone. When I heard that he had gone missing, I began to investigate on my own." Zhao Feng suddenly changed the topic, Zhao Hui. The demon-faced elder was taken aback for a moment before he said regretfully, "Although he did not go missing in Black Devil Peak, we are still very sorry. Have you found out anything?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feng waved his hand and Zhao Hui appeared. This scene gave the demon-faced elder quite a fright. How could someone who had been sent to the Heavenly Demon Hall still be alive? "I was captured by a disciple of Black Devil Peak," Zhao Hui said directly. Such a thing actually happened. Elder Tao's expression changed. He had not expected Black Devil Peak to be responsible for Zhao Hui's disappearance. He had to investigate this thoroughly. In the next moment, Zhao Hui released a memory projection and displayed the scene of him being captured. "Don't worry, Black Devil Peak will personally deal with these two and give the spiritual race an explanation," the demon-faced elder said righteously. They were just two ordinary Inner Peak disciples. He had sent someone to deal with them, and there would be no more trouble. "Also, I wonder if the elders know of the Heavenly Demon Hall," Zhao Feng suddenly said with a smile. "The Heavenly Demon Hall," the two elders said at the same time. He naturally knew that the Heavenly Demon Hall had secret dealings with the demon-faced elders faction, but he had not expected for Zhao Feng to even know about the Heavenly Demon Hall. Elder Tao was surprised because he had just found out that the demon-faced elders faction had dealings with a mysterious faction called the Heavenly Demon Hall. The demon-faced elders faction had been rapidly growing stronger recently because of the Heavenly Demon Hall's secret support, but he had yet to find out the specifics of the Heavenly Demon Hall. A few days ago, when I was searching for Zhao Hui, I accidentally discovered a battlefield between the Heavenly Demon Hall and the space-time sacred land. Zhao Feng looked at the demon-faced elder and slowly said. The demon-faced elder had an extremely gloomy expression. He had been in contact with the Heavenly Demon Hall for quite some time now, so he naturally knew a little about the Heavenly Demon Hall's actions. These scoundrels actually dared to capture a god-eye descendant of the space-time sacred land. The demon-faced elder inwardly cursed. They had dealings with the Heavenly Demon Hall, and in a few months the Heavenly Demon Hall would be giving them resources. But now the Heavenly Demon Hall was in trouble. "Elder, you seem to be very concerned about this faction?" Zhao Feng faintly smiled at the demon-faced elder. Before the demon-faced elder could explain, Zhao Feng said the Heavenly Demon Hall was extremely extraordinary, with as many experts as the clouds in the sky. But in the end, the space-time god descended through space, and everything came to an end. Now, the Heavenly Demon Hall is nowhere to be seen. The moment he said this, the two elders' hearts trembled and their expressions changed dramatically. I didn't think that the Heavenly Demon Hall would offend the space-time sacred land, even provoking the space-time god to take action. Elder Tao found this extremely inconceivable, but he was inwardly delighted. For the Heavenly Demon Hall to vanish was the best result for him. The demon-faced elder's face was as gloomy as still water, and he said nothing. With the space-time god taking action, the Heavenly Demon Hall had vanished without a trace. In his view, the Heavenly Demon Hall had definitely been destroyed until only dregs remained. "Everyone, I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Zhao Feng saw the demon-faced elder's expression, coldly smiled and took his leave. The demon-faced elder had been dealt a heavy blow, and he was in no mood to argue about Zhao Feng's actions on Black Devil Peak. "Zhao Feng, if you have the chance to come again, Black Devil Peak will definitely entertain you," Elder Tao cheerfully said. Zhao Feng's appearance had brought him the best news of all. "Kuan Yin, let's go." After leaving the hall, Zhao Feng said to the worried Kuan Yin, "We can go." Kuan Yin found it somewhat hard to believe that he could finally leave Black Devil Peak. But Kuan Yin's cultivation was too low, so for the sake of convenience, Zhao Feng had placed him in the space-time robe dimension. Kuan Yin's cultivation was too low, so even if he had any designs on the space-time robe, it would be useless, so Zhao Feng was completely at ease. After leaving Black Devil Peak, Zhao Feng turned around. I can't let the two of you go either. Zhao Feng activated his left eye and began to search Black Devil Peak. True God Cloudbreaker and Young Master Hai were quickly discovered by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng activated his left eye and very inconspicuously left behind a mark on their bodies. One had to realize that Zhao Feng's sole intent had reached the peak of rank 8, so the two of them couldn't possibly sense anything strange. After doing all this, Zhao Feng prepared to leave. But his god's spiritual eye suddenly noticed that two ancient gods were approaching Black Devil Peak, and their target seemed to be him. It's him? One of them was a muscular middle-aged man with a rather pale complexion, and he looked at the nearby Zhao Feng. He's Zhao Feng, the person Lady Wu Hing is looking for? A buxom woman dressed in light blue also carefully examined Zhao Feng. Chapter 1353. As expected, Zhao Feng stood where he was while the two ancient gods approached. As the two sides stared at each other, the muscular man and buxom woman began to carefully examine Zhao Feng. What business do the two of you have? Zhao Feng went straight to the point. These two didn't seem to be very familiar with him, but their target was him. This left Zhao Feng extremely confused. Is Sir Zhao Feng? The muscular man asked. I am. Zhao Feng confidently replied. These two knew his name, but didn't recognize Zhao Feng, so they probably weren't from the Xiling Zone or Antian Zone. The ancient god seal is in your hands. Please return it to us, the muscular man straightforwardly said. At the same time, a heaven-shaking bloodline pressure began to spread out. Even Zhao Feng's body trembled in surprise. What a powerful primordial bloodline! Zhao Feng was startled. The muscular man's ancient bloodline was definitely not ordinary, and was definitely ranked near the top. But based on the characteristics of his body, Zhao Feng couldn't guess what bloodline it was. But for some reason, Zhao Feng felt a sense of familiarity with this bloodline, as if he had seen it before. That's mine. Zhao Feng's face chilled as he began to exude a heavy and steady aura. At present, only ancient god Black Heaven knew the name of the ancient god seal and was desperately trying to steal it. The two people who had come here today were also after the ancient god seal. This made Zhao Feng speculate that they were members of ancient god Black Heaven's faction. Moreover, both of them were rank 8 ancient gods, and with their powerful bloodlines, they possessed extraordinary strength. But Zhao Feng had also undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. Even if these two worked together, he wouldn't fear them in the slightest. In addition, these two were not like ancient god Black Heaven, who immediately attacked, so Zhao Feng didn't attack. If they directly attacked, he wouldn't be polite. Boom! The aura that Zhao Feng exuded was not any weaker than the robust man. This was because Zhao Feng cultivated the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique and had comprehended many intents. There was also the fact that Zhao Feng had witnessed the divine might of half-step godlords, and even gods. To a certain extent, Zhao Feng's state of mind was tempered, his horizons were broadened, and he became fearless and courageous. Zhao Feng's aura and attitude caused the two people on the other side to be slightly shocked. This person is not simple. The muscular man thought to himself. Now that he was injured, he might not be a match for the other party in a one-on-one fight. I advise you to return it to us. This divine artifact is of no use to you. Instead, it will bring you trouble. Moreover, if you have any requests, you can also state them. The robust man's attitude softened a little, and he also restrained his aura. Why do you want the ancient god seal? Zhao Feng asked the question in his heart. At present, the ancient god seal truly wasn't very useful to Zhao Feng. Moreover, the ancient god seal was coveted by the faction that ancient god Black Heaven belonged to. In the past, Zhao Feng might have handed it over in exchange for other benefits. But now that Zhao Feng had joined the spiritual race and was a rank 8 ancient god, there was not much that he feared. Thus, Zhao Feng was even more interested in the secrets of the ancient God Seal. The muscular man immediately hesitated. He knew a little about the ancient God Seal, but he could not tell an outsider. Okay, Zhao Feng, come with us to Giant God Hall. You can make your decision there. At this moment, the buxom woman who had been smiling at Zhao Feng this entire time finally spoke. If I go with you to Giant God Hall, won't I have to do everything you want? Zhao Feng sneered. He had never heard of Giant God Hall, but it was at least a peak 4-star organization. It was far too dangerous for Zhao Feng to venture alone. I am here on Lord Wuheng's orders to invite you. I can guarantee that your life will not be in danger if you go to Giant God Hall. The buxom woman's expression turned a little more solemn. Lord Wuheng? Zhao Feng's expression froze as he spoke. This name naturally made him think of Xan Wuheng. Moreover, Zhao Feng knew that the appearance of the god corpse in the continent zone had a lot to do with Xan Wuheng. To a certain degree, Zhao Feng had obtained the ancient god seal from Xan Wuheng. At this moment, the buxom woman took out a square jade talisman, which immediately began to glow with white light. The light formed a translucent screen that slowly condensed into a tall and imposing figure. Although his demeanor had changed, his appearance was extremely similar to the Xan Wuheng that Zhao Feng had once known. Zhao Feng, if you are willing, please come to Giant God Hall. Xan Wuheng only said this one sentence in the image, and then the light screen disappeared. Although it was just a simple sentence, Zhao Feng sensed that Xan Wuheng had something to say, but it was inconvenient. At this moment, Zhao Feng once more examined the two people in front of him. They were both members of Giant God Hall, but their attitudes toward Zhao Feng were somewhat different. The buxom woman was following Xan Wuheng's orders, but he did not know what the other person's situation was. Although these two have different attitudes, they are both here for the ancient God Seal. If I don't go, they will continue to bother me. Moreover, they are also connected to Xan Wuheng. After some thought, Zhao Feng decided to go to Giant God Hall. After all, Xan Wuheng had given him extremely precious tribulation lightning god crystals before leaving the continent zone, and he had also given Zhao Feng clues to Lu Qinqin's whereabouts. In short, Xan Wuheng had shown kindness to Zhao Feng. Moreover, to be able to see familiar people from the continent zone in the ancient, desolate realm of gods was something to be happy about. Okay, I'll go with you. Zhao Feng straightforwardly agreed. Then let's go. The buxom woman faintly smiled. Wait a moment. I still have other things to do. Zhao Feng looked at Black Devil Peak and said, What else do you want to do? We'll take you to Giant God Hall, but only you. We can't bring anyone else. The muscular man grimaced. He believed that Zhao Feng was a member of Black Devil Peak and was worried about his own safety, so he prepared to bring a few people with him. No, let me kill 2 people first. Zhao Feng's sudden smile made the pair shiver in fear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zhao Feng and the pair left Black Devil Peak. Within Black Devil Peak, they left. Elder Tao softly muttered. 3 ancient gods gathering on the perimeter of Black Devil Peak naturally attracted their attention. Fortunately, these 3 ancient gods seemed to have other matters to attend to and only spoke a few words before leaving. The upper echelon members of Black Devil Peak were relieved. That ancient god just now exuded a bloodline energy that seems to belong to the giant god race. A white-haired old man said, Wasn't the giant god race already extinct? Elder Tao was alarmed. A race isn't so easily exterminated, and it was such a powerful race. After leaving Black Devil Peak for some distance, the trio concealed themselves in a gloomy valley. The people you want to kill should be the people of Black Devil Peak. But what are you doing hiding here? The muscular man straightforwardly asked. Zhao Feng did not reply, but his left eye suddenly unleashed a powerful ripple of soul energy. A moment later, Through the mark on True God, Cloudbreaker's body, he could vaguely sense what was going on nearby. What a powerful soul energy! The muscular man was taken aback. Zhao Feng's cultivation was clearly inferior to theirs, but his soul intent far surpassed theirs. Coupled with his somewhat mysterious eye bloodline, his fighting power was probably not low. Meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat jumped out of the interspatial dimension and onto Zhao Feng's shoulder. What a strange cat! The buxom woman immediately stared at the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat's current appearance was very different from that of an ordinary cat. Its body was robust and well-proportioned, giving off the impression of a perfect being. Its ears and tail were long and slender, giving it the appearance of a spirit. Most bizarre of all were the complex silver runes and diagrams on the little thieving cat's body. The little thieving cat warily stared at the two from Giant God Hall. A moment later, the soul energy in Zhao Feng's body dimmed and vanished as if he had died. Only the little thieving cat knew that Zhao Feng's gaze had already drifted to the distant horizon. In True God, Cloudbreaker's residence, becoming a core disciple really is different. This 7 Revolutions blood essence pill can help me consolidate my cultivation and increase my vitality. True God Cloudbreaker took out a bright red pill and swallowed it. But at this moment, a dreamy silver eye the size of a fist appeared above his head and floated in the air. Suddenly, icy blue rays of light shot out of it. Whoosh! These blue rays of light seeped into True God Cloudbreaker's soul, instantly freezing his thoughts and causing his soul to perish. After doing all this, the dreamy silver eye vanished. The energy Zhao Feng had used to kill True God Cloudbreaker was so weak and obscure that it would not have been noticed. Killing True God Cloudbreaker is extremely simple, but young Master Hai might notice if he tried to kill him. But he's currently cultivating. In another room, young Master Hai was immersed in a profound stellar eye bloodline technique. His eyes were glimmering with faint light, clearly calculating an eye bloodline technique. However, his complexion was extremely unsightly, most likely because his cultivation of eye bloodline techniques was not going smoothly and he had encountered a problem. Bzzz. A dreamy silver eye appeared behind him. Under normal circumstances, young Master Hai might have noticed it, but he was currently cultivating an eye bloodline technique, and his mind was extremely unsettled. Flame Soul Devil Eye, a searing illusion Tao energy engulfed him. Suddenly, Mr. C, who was in the middle of training, had a hideous look on his face. Traces of blood seeped out from his eyes. A moment later, the dreamy silver eye vanished. Within the cave, a dreamy silver luster appeared in Zhao Feng's gloomy eyes. What's going on? The muscular youth had been observing Zhao Feng this entire time, and he felt that something was extremely strange. He's skilled in the soul Tao. Just now his soul left his body. The buxom woman's eyes flashed with a strange light. "We can go," Zhao Feng said. Although he hadn't directly killed young Master Hai, Zhao Feng had used the most dangerous illusion eye bloodline technique on young Master Hai. The Flame Soul Devil Eye was an illusion technique that was both offensive and confusing. At the same time, Zhao Feng had fused in it the ability to attack the weak points in one's mind. If one was struck by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique while cultivating, if the situation was good, their cultivation would regress, and they would be stuck for the rest of their lives. If the situation was bad, their soul would be destroyed. The muscular man and buxom woman gave Zhao Feng meaningful glances, but they said nothing. Just now, Zhao Feng had said that he would leave after killing 2 people from Black Devil Peak. If he could leave now, didn't that mean that he had already killed them? Although they found it hard to believe, this matter made the 2 of them wary of Zhao Feng. Not long after the trio left, Black Devil Peak began to hear that young Master Hai had cultivated to the point where his soul had self-detonated. Chapter 1354. A Small ancient-looking spaceship pierced through the sky at an extremely fast speed. These were the flying tools of the two from Giant God Hall. They had peak rank 7 speed and incredible defensive capabilities, making them extremely valuable. The Chixing Zone, where Giant God Hall was located, was separated from the Antian Zone by the Yongling Zone. Such a long distance was naturally best to use a flying tool. Along the way, Zhao Feng learned that the muscular man was called Ancient God Sundermount, while the buxom woman was called Ancient God Stillmoon. Both of them were members of Giant God Hall and possessed the bloodline of the Giant God race. They are both ranked 15th among the 10,000 primordial races. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The Giant God race was ranked 15th among the 10,000 ancient races. Legend had it that when the Giant God race activated their bloodline, their bodies would become incredibly large, and a casual attack could overturn mountains and seas. Perhaps he had underestimated these people. The 15th ranked race was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. In truth, the situation is not as young Master Zhao thinks. Although the Giant God race is powerful, their bloodline is rather special. Ancient God Stillmoon was rather enthusiastic and took the initiative to introduce. Every bloodline race of the 10,000 ancient races had their own specialties. The Giant God race's bloodline was incredibly powerful, but this race also had flaws that other bloodline races did not. That was, the chances of inheriting the bloodline were relatively low, and the density of the bloodline was relatively thin, making it extremely difficult to raise. For example, although Ancient God Stillmoon and Ancient God Sundermount were both members of the Giant God race, the density of their bloodline was so low that they did not live up to the name of the true Giant God race. Thus, although they were the 15th ranked Giant God race, in terms of strength, they were about the same as the 26th ranked Ancient Soul race. But Lord Wuheng has the purest bloodline in the Giant God race. If he is given time, a look of respect appeared on Ancient God Stillman's face. Zhao Feng nodded. He did not have a detailed understanding of the 10,000 primordial races. From Ancient God Stillman's words, he understood that although the Giant God race bloodline was powerful, there weren't many people with the Giant God race bloodline, and those with a high concentration of the bloodline were even rarer. Looks like Xian Wuheng's background isn't ordinary. Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. He was certain that Xian Wuheng did not possess any bloodline when he first met him. When he thought about the Giant God race god corpse in the continent zone, Zhao Feng quickly thought of something. Perhaps that god corpse was Xian Wuheng's previous life. After reincarnating, Xian Wuheng came to the god corpse and obtained the memories of his previous life, his inheritance, and his bloodline. And this Giant God race god corpse was definitely a peerless expert in its previous life. This was the only way to explain why Xian Wuheng possessed the Giant God race bloodline and became the Hall Master of Giant God Hall. But when he thought about it this way, there were even more strange things. Xian Wuheng had been so powerful in his previous life, so why had he fallen? Furthermore, he had died in the continent region. Moreover, why did Ancient Soul Hall want the Ancient God Seal? And why did Giant God Hall, which Xian Wuheng belonged to, also need the Ancient God Seal? These questions were probably the secrets of Giant God Hall, so Zhao Feng did not ask about them. What happened to your injury? Zhao Feng looked at Ancient God Sundermount. Zhao Feng had already noticed that his soul was heavily injured. When we came to find you, the Ancient Soul race, Ancient God Sundermount had a rather unsightly expression as he straightforwardly said. At this moment, the three of them sensed the small flying ship begin to fiercely shake. It must be Ancient God Nethertootha's group. Ancient God Sundermount grimaced, and Ancient God Stillmoon turned grave. Bzzz. Zhao Feng couldn't help but use his left eye to see through the ship. He saw that there were 3 people around the flying ship, all of them wearing calm smiles as they attacked the ship. These 3 were all rank 8 ancient gods. The leader was a white-haired old man, the ancient god Nethertooth that ancient god Sundermount had mentioned. He was a peak rank 8, and the other 3 were a man and a woman. All 3 of them shared a common trait. Their bodies were dark and translucent. Giant Godhall obediently come out and die. The short-haired, middle-aged man wickedly chuckled. Ancient soul race. Zhao Feng was able to determine this based on their appearances. Combined with the information he had obtained, Zhao Feng could easily guess that these people were from Ancient Soul Hull. How did they know where we were? It's over. Ancient God Stillmoon was worried. I'm heavily injured, and they have a peak rank 8 among them. We're no match for them. Ancient God Sundermount angrily said, We have young Master Zhao. If the 3 of us work together, we should be able to fight back. Ancient God Stillmoon immediately turned to Zhao Feng. Based on their previous interactions, she felt that Zhao Feng was no weakling. Although Brother Zhao has just broken into rank 8 and possesses extraordinary strength, Brother Zhao is skilled in the Soul Dao, and the Ancient Soul Race is an ancient race that specializes in the Soul Dao. Ancient God Sundermount looked at Zhao Feng and shook his head. Although Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was mysterious, it was not one of the 8 great god eyes, so it wasn't very useful. And the Ancient Soul Race was an ancient race that specialized in the Soul Dao. Zhao Feng was no match for the Ancient Soul Race and might even be countered by them. Hiding here isn't a solution, right? Zhao Feng flatly said. Although this flying ship had good defenses, it couldn't stop the attacks of 3 rank 8 ancient gods. Swish! The 3 put away the flying ship and immediately appeared. There's one more person. You must be Zhao Feng, the person who holds the ancient god seal, right? The short-haired, middle-aged man stared at Zhao Feng in pleasant surprise. I didn't think that by intentionally letting you live, I would actually catch a big fish. The bewitching woman next to him gave a bewitching smile. What, intentionally letting us go? Ancient God Stillman's eyes froze. Otherwise, do you really think the 2 of you would be able to escape from our hands? Ancient God Nethertooth couldn't help but jeer. When Ancient God Stillmoon and Ancient God Sundermount learned of this, their eyes dimmed. You should recognize Ancient God Blackheaven, right? Zhao Feng suddenly said, Humph, that old scoundrel volunteered to capture you, but he returned empty-handed. How embarrassing. The short-haired, middle-aged man coldly said, Since that's the case, there's no need for me to show mercy. Zhao Feng's face was frigid, and a frigid killing intent began to seep out. Back then, Ancient God Blackheaven and Ancient God Night Dragon had worked together to pursue him, almost killing Zhao Feng. Later on, he only killed Ancient God Night Dragon and allowed Ancient God Blackheaven to escape. Now that Ancient God Blackheaven's faction had delivered itself to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Zhao Feng! Ancient God Stillmoon stared in shock at Zhao Feng. Could Zhao Feng not understand the situation? Their side was clearly the weaker one. Haha, you'd best not show mercy, or else you won't be able to die in peace. The short-haired, middle-aged man wildly laughed. Enough nonsense. Kill them all. Ancient God Nethertooth's expression chilled as he impatiently said, I'll fight it out with them. Ancient God Stillmoon clenched her teeth, her body exuding a powerful ancient bloodline energy. Whoosh! In a flash, the short-haired, middle-aged man floated to Zhao Feng's side. Kid, you'd better not show mercy. The middle-aged man sinisterly chuckled. He could tell that Zhao Feng had only recently broken into rank 8 and that his bloodline was extremely weak, so he wasn't the least bit worried. Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin Divine Power and unleashed a probing attack. He had never interacted with the ancient soul race of the 10,000 ancient races, but he knew that none of the top-ranked races could be underestimated. Divine power is this powerful. The short-haired man was surprised, and then he smiled. But it's too slow. Whoosh! His body transformed into a wave of black light as he dodged Zhao Feng's punch. It's my turn! The short-haired, middle-aged man suddenly appeared and casually struck out a dark palm of light. This palm of light exuded a powerful soul energy, and in the center of the palm was a lifelike dark snake that slowly twisted and flicked its tongue. A soul attack! Zhao Feng focused his left eye to analyze the attack. This palm was a soul attack with both speed and power. Swish! Zhao Feng's body flashed as he dodged the attack. Spatial blink, but what use is that? The middle-aged man was taken aback, and then he gave a wicked smile. The palm of black light that had missed turned around and continued toward Zhao Feng. As expected, there's something strange about it. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Zhao Feng hadn't been able to analyze the snake in the palm just now, so he was certain that there was something fishy going on. Swish! Zhao Feng's body continued to blink as he dodged the palm of black light. But the palm of black light seemed to have a mind of its own and pursued him relentlessly. Crucially, Zhao Feng realized that the middle-aged man wasn't really controlling the soul attack. Zhao Feng, this is a special technique of the ancient soul race. That snake is a soul beast that they cultivate, equivalent to a beast tamer's pet. At this moment, ancient god Stillmoon, who was fighting ancient god Nethertooth, warned him. Is that so? A look of surprise appeared on Zhao Feng's face. It was no wonder that this palm of black light seemed to have a mind of its own, following him closely and showing no signs of weakening. It was actually a soul beast cultivated through a special cultivation technique. To the ancient soul race, soul beasts were their pets, but they were easier to control and could even be fused into soul attacks. Meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat jumped out of the interspatial dimension. Then let's see whose pet is stronger. Zhao Feng suddenly smiled. Since the little thieving cat had run out of its own accord, it naturally wanted to play around. He was confident that the little thieving cat also had a way to deal with the ancient soul race. Humph. Any random stray cat can be compared to my soul beast? The middle-aged man snorted in anger. He formed a spell, and dark light surged around his body. At the same time, the little snake in the palm of black light gradually grew larger and larger. It flew out of the palm and began to devour it. Hiss! Hiss! The dark snake was now the size of a small house, savage and terrifying. It lunged at Zhao Feng as if it wanted to devour his soul. Meow! The little thieving cat immediately extended its paws. With a flash of silver light and runes, a silver-white cat lunged out. The silver cat's body gradually grew larger until it was even larger than the dark snake. Swoosh! The silver cat lunged at the dark snake, leaving behind several deep claw marks on its body as it furiously tore at it. That's how do you know the ancient soul race's bloodline secret technique, soul-devouring strike? The middle-aged man exclaimed. The attack that the little thieving cat had just used was an extremely profound secret technique of the ancient soul race, soul-devouring strike. Once it was used, it would temporarily form a soul beast that would furiously devour the opponent's soul. No, my shadow snake. The middle-aged man finally realized that his soul beast was about to die. You'll die before it does. A cold voice suddenly resounded from the middle-aged man's side. Not good. The middle-aged man grimaced. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. The moment Zhao Feng finished speaking, the middle-aged man's soul was ignited by a ball of lightning and flame. Boom! Hiss! Countless arcs of lightning, exuding an astonishing aura of destruction, began to explode through his body. What's going on? Ancient god Nethertooth sensed the abnormality on the other side and sent out his divine sense, upon which he grimaced. Zhao Feng actually has the advantage. Ancient god Sundermount blurted out in shock as he looked at Zhao Feng's side. The battle had barely begun, but the ancient soul race expert had been defeated by Zhao Feng. Chapter 1355. The battle hadn't even begun for a few moments, but ancient god Stillmoon was already on the back foot, forced to focus on defense by ancient god Nethertooth. On the other side, ancient god Sundermount was already injured, so he was naturally no match for the ancient soul race woman. However, the situation on Zhao Feng's side was completely unexpected. The middle-aged man, struck by the tribulation lightning eye flame, screamed again and again. Nearby, his soul beast was also being suppressed, on the verge of being devoured by the little thieving cat's technique. As expected of an ancient soul Dao race, their souls are far stronger than ordinary people. Zhao Feng discovered that the middle-aged man had not died after being struck by his tribulation lightning eye flame. The unique trait of soul Dao races was that their bloodline power was reflected in the soul. The middle-aged man's soul was rather similar to Zhao Feng's lightning soul body, extremely solid and hard to obliterate. For this reason, this kind of race would normally be imprisoned and slowly whittled down until they died. "Brat, I have to kill you." After recovering from the tribulation lightning eye flame, the middle-aged man's dark and translucent soul twisted. As a member of the soul Dao race, he had a confidence in dealing with soul attacks. However, Zhao Feng's soul attack was imbued with tribulation lightning energy and inflicted massive damage to his ancient soul body. On the other side, his soul beast had also lost to Zhao Feng's pet, leaving him furious. "Your soul attack is very strong, but it can't kill me. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my soul attack." The middle-aged man's body twisted into countless dark streams of water. The ancient soul race not only had powerful soul defenses, but they also had all sorts of soul attacks that were impossible to defend against. How strange! His entire body seems to have turned into a soul body, and then his soul body is converted into an attack. Zhao Feng examined his opponent in surprise. Dark Sea Soul Refinement. The dark streams of water surrounded Zhao Feng like a black curtain of water, exuding an oppressive and evil soul energy that quickly engulfed Zhao Feng. A normal person in this situation would have their soul intent affected, causing their fighting power and resistance to plummet. "Die. Let me eat your soul to recover from my injuries and the loss of Shadow Snake." Sinister sneers could be heard coming from the surrounding black water. Then the countless streams of water swirled around and instantly approached Zhao Feng's body, trying to kill his soul. He actually used this move. Ancient god Nethertooth's expression turned cold. The souls of the ancient soul race were special. When they used secret arts, they could transform their souls into attacks. Dark Sea Soul Refining was a secret art that used one's own soul to instantly suppress and rapidly refine an opponent's soul. Once successful, one could obtain the opponent's soul energy and memories. However, this technique was also extremely risky. During the casting process, the damage to the soul would be even more severe. If the technique failed, the caster's own soul would also suffer a powerful backlash. The reason why the short-haired middle-aged man had used this move was because his soul beast had been restrained, causing his fighting strength to be greatly reduced. Hence, he had used this secret technique to fight Zhao Feng directly to save his face. Senior brother's soul is extremely powerful. He can definitely absorb that brat's soul in an instant. The other bewitching woman said with a smile, "Not good, it's this move." Ancient god Stillman's expression turned grave. A normal person's soul was far inferior to that of the ancient soul race. They would be powerless against this move and could only wait for their soul to be refined and devoured. She and ancient god Sundermount were in a disadvantageous position, so they had no time to help Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng, shrouded in black water, remained unperturbed. Bzzz. He activated his left eye and observed his surroundings. This black water shroud was formed by the short-haired youth, and the majority of its substance was his soul. Although it's extremely dangerous to transform one's soul into an attack, the attack itself is also extremely powerful. Moreover, the stronger the soul, the more terrifying the attack. Zhao Feng's left eye began to analyze the secret art the short-haired man had just used. Glug, glug. The black water shroud almost touched Zhao Feng's body and was about to refine his soul. What? This is the first time you've seen such a soul secret art. Have you already given up? A dark and transparent face suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Feng, and it began to laugh loudly. This truly is the first time I've seen this art, but I was just curious. Zhao Feng suddenly said, a faint smile on his lips. Oh no. Zhao Feng's divine altar words made the short-haired man sense that something was wrong. His soul attack had already made contact with Zhao Feng's soul, but he suddenly felt a numbing sensation. Swish! At this moment, Zhao Feng's dark violet soul suddenly exploded with countless arcs of white lightning. Tribulation lightning energy. Realizing this, the short-haired middle-aged man immediately revealed a look of horror. Glug! Transformed into a stream of black water, he quickly retreated and prepared to flee. How could this be? His soul actually has tribulation lightning energy. The middle-aged man was flabbergasted. This soul attack secret art was built on the premise that one's soul was far stronger than the opponent's. Once the two soul intents were evenly matched, the user would be the one to suffer. Moreover, Zhao Feng's soul was a complete freak. It actually contained tribulation lightning energy. Water lightning illusion prison. Zhao Feng called out. In an instant, the soul lightning emanating from his soul condensed into a lightning prison. Zhao Feng's left eye activated and turned this energy into an unbreakable cage of water lightning. Shrink! With a thought, the water lightning illusion prison began to shrink, with Zhao Feng at the center. No, the short-haired man revealed a look of fear. However, the water lightning illusion prison was mainly used to imprison, so he had no way of escaping. Moreover, the water lightning illusion prison resonated with Zhao Feng's lightning soul body. The smaller the prison, the stronger it became. No, let me go! The short-haired man screamed in fear. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as his lightning soul body released powerful soul lightning that resonated with the water lightning illusion prison. It could be said that Zhao Feng's soul was a bomb. As the water lightning illusion prison shrank, the short-haired man's soul was getting closer and closer to this bomb. Boom! Hiss! The water lightning illusion prison instantly shrank to an extremely small size. In that tiny space, the short-haired man's soul was bombarded by endless lightning. Hurry and release my senior brother. At this moment, the bewitching woman pushed back ancient God Sundermount and charged at Zhao Feng. On the other side, ancient God Nethertooth was also preparing to attack. Where do you think you're going? Ancient God Stillmoon clenched her teeth and immediately activated her giant God race bloodline. In the next moment, countless dazzling white lights radiated from her body. The light shot into the sky and illuminated the entire sky. Ancient God Stillman's body also began to grow larger in this light, transforming into a 10,000-foot giant. At this moment, all living beings in a radius of 10,000 Li felt an immense pressure. Giant God Finger. Ancient God Stillmoon thrust out a finger. This finger contained all the energy in ancient God Stillmoon's body. It was like an enormous stone pillar descending from the heavens to pulverize all. Not even ancient God Nethertooth could do anything but dodge its immense power. The might of the giant God race truly is extraordinary. Zhao Feng sighed in amazement. At this moment, not even Zhao Feng would dare to fight head-on against ancient God Stillmoon. He would choose long-range or soul attacks. Die. The tribulation lightning energy in Zhao Feng's lightning soul body exploded. In a flash, the short-haired man's soul was electrocuted to death by Zhao Feng. "I'll kill you." The bewitching woman revealed a savage expression. "If you want to see your senior brother so much, I'll send you to him." Zhao Feng sneered as he turned his left eye to the bewitching woman, as if sensing that Zhao Feng had locked onto her. The bewitching woman sped up and began to move around, making it much more difficult for Zhao Feng to lock onto her. But at this moment, the bewitching woman heard the meow of a cat. Not good. This cat. The bewitching woman grimaced. With the death of the middle-aged man, his soul beast's vitality was even lower, and it was immediately killed by the little thieving cat. The bewitching woman also knew how strange this cat was, so she did not dare to recklessly use her soul beast. Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin divine power, forming a massive seal that pressed forward. The appearance of the little thieving cat made the bewitching woman feel apprehensive, causing her fighting power to plummet. On the other side, Ancient God Sundermount went to help Ancient God Stillmoon. The two of them, working together, were evenly matched against the all-out Ancient God Nethertooth. The situation isn't good. Ancient God Nethertooth's expression was grim. Zhao Feng's pet was extremely strange, and he was also very strong. The two people he had brought with him were no match for Zhao Feng in a one-on-one fight. And now he was being blocked by two giant god race experts. Even if he used his trump cards, it would be very difficult for him to do much. The bewitching woman's defeat was only a matter of time. When the time came, he would have to face the combined attacks of 3 people and might even die here. Retreat. Knowing that the outcome was already decided, Ancient God Nethertooth immediately messaged. A moment later, Ancient God Nethertooth transformed into a dark streak of light and fled. "You're running away?" Zhao Feng sensed that the bewitching woman was also trying to escape, so he immediately circulated his space-time intent and fired off a palm of light. This palm of light pierced through space and landed near the bewitching woman, leaving her no place to dodge. Plush! The bewitching woman vomited blood and came to a halt. "We can't let her get away as well." Ancient God Stillmoon rejoiced at the sight of Zhao Feng stopping one of them and thrust out a finger. Ancient God Nethertooth was powerful and skilled in fleeing. The two of them wouldn't be of much use in chasing after him, but this bewitching woman had been stopped by Zhao Feng for a few moments, so she could not be so easily let go. Die! Ancient God Sundermount activated his bloodline power, causing his attacks to soar. Besieged by everyone, the bewitching woman perished in less than a moment. He actually managed to push them back and even kill 2 of them. Once it was over, Ancient God Sundermount was in disbelief. It's all because of young Master Zhao's formidable techniques. In terms of the Soul Tao, you're even more formidable than the Ancient Soul race. Ancient God Stillmoon immediately turned to Zhao Feng and spoke in an even friendlier tone. The victory in this battle was because Zhao Feng had instantly crushed one of the opponents and reversed the situation. Ancient God Sundermount solemnly stared at Zhao Feng, completely approving of Zhao Feng's strength. Meow. The little thieving cat immediately jumped out, indicating that it was even more formidable than its master, Zhao Feng, and that it had played a greater role. Yes, you're also very formidable. Ancient God Stillmoon giggled. They originally thought that they were doomed, but in the end, 2 of the Ancient Soul race members were killed and 1 fled. The members of the giant god race were indescribably happy. Ancient God Nethertooth has escaped. We need to hurry so that Ancient Soul Hall doesn't send more experts to reinforce us. Ancient God Sundermount suggested. The 3 of them once more entered the simple boat and vanished. 3 years later, on a rocky mountain in the Chixing Zone, an ancient flying ship flew through the clouds. We're almost at Giant God Hall. Ancient God Stillmoon rejoiced. Ever since their battle with Ancient God Nethertooth's group, their journey had been smooth and uneventful, and now they were about to return. They had also brought the Ancient God Seal with them. With their mission accomplished, Giant Godhall was certain to rise again. Chapter 1356. Are we almost there? Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng had a rough sense of what was going on in the flying ship. He had been in seclusion for the last 3 years, and he had spent the majority of his time in the space-time robe dimension. In these 3 years, he had completely consolidated his cultivation at rank 8. His space intent had reached level 7, and his Chaos Heaven Void origin technique had reached the initial 3rd level. Besides that, he had successfully created the 4th level of the soul-splitting art, but he still hadn't split his soul. After all, splitting the soul was a dangerous matter that could not be disturbed, and after splitting the soul, there would be a short period of weakness. In addition, Zhao Feng had perfected his various eye bloodline techniques, and he had even used his cultivation technique and knowledge to create a few new eye bloodline techniques. Meanwhile, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had absorbed a large amount of energy. The Destruction Dragon reverse scale that Zhao Feng had duplicated had reached rank 8 long ago, and its body was in the process of transforming into a true dragon. The density of the Destruction Dragon race bloodline had also increased. It had grown the fastest in the last 3 years, and its strength had grown even faster than Zhao Feng's. Of course, this was also because of its outstanding bloodline. The strongest Destruction Dragon race of the ancient era was the sworn enemy of the Golden Crow. From this, one could see just how terrifying this bloodline was. However, the Destruction Dragon scale had been used too many times and had long ago lost its original effect. If the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wanted to get stronger, it would need to focus on other aspects. Master, with my current strength, the average peak rank 8 ancient god is no match for me. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon immediately said when it saw that Zhao Feng had come out of seclusion. It was only able to reach its current level of cultivation because of Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was even thinking that it was fortunate that it had submitted to Zhao Feng back then. However, Zhao Feng's rapid progress placed enormous pressure on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. If it couldn't keep up and was left too far behind, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would feel very insecure. This Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Kuan Yin enviously sighed. In the last 3 years, under Zhao Feng's guidance, he had long ago become a rank 3 true god. Moreover, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of rank 3. This sort of cultivation speed was something that an ordinary 5-star faction would be proud of. However, he had no sense of accomplishment when he was with people like Zhao Feng. He had even heard that Zhao Feng's former good friend, Exen Wuheng, was now the hall master of the faction that the giant god race belonged to. Kuan Yin almost died from shock. Whoosh! Zhao Feng left the space-time robe dimension. Brother Zhao, your aura is very restrained. It seems that you have completely consolidated your cultivation. Ancient God Sundermount said in surprise. Among the ranks of the ancient gods, many people's innate talents and potential had already reached the limit. They had almost made a breakthrough after going through untold hardships. Thus, it was extremely difficult for them to completely consolidate their foundations. We're almost there, Zhao Feng asked. He had sensed that the two from Giant Godhall had ended their seclusion when the flying ship had slowed, so he had determined that they were almost there. However, with his field of vision, he did not discover anything. It's in the sea ahead. Ancient God Stillmoon smiled. In the sea. Zhao Feng was stunned. Puff! The flying ship went straight into the depths of the sea. After traveling for a distance and bypassing a few huge whirlpools, it finally stopped in front of a blood-colored coral field. After disembarking, the pair went to a certain part of the blood-colored coral and formed a spell. A gloomy passage immediately appeared in front of them. The 3 of them passed through the passage and arrived at a vast and boundless land. This was a place devoid of clouds, for 10,000 li majestic mountains covered the land, and many of these mountains had palaces on them. It's so well hidden. Zhao Feng was stunned. It was no wonder he had never heard of Giant God Hull. One had to realize that the Giant God race, ranked 15th among the 10,000 ancient races, was extremely eye-catching, but its faction was so well hidden that almost no one knew of it. There's a reason for this. You'll understand when the time comes. Ancient God Stillmoon sighed and said no more. At this moment, divine senses swept out from the nearby palaces. Then, a few figures jumped out of the palace. In the distance, a golden-armored ancient god expert immediately flew over. Ancient God Sundermount, Ancient God Stillmoon, you've returned. Who is this person? The golden-armored ancient god gave a greeting before turning to Zhao Feng, a hint of hostility in his eyes. The owner of the ancient god seal. Ancient God Sundermount straightforwardly said. The moment he said this, the golden-armored ancient god immediately asked, "Then why did you bring him here?" The golden-armored ancient god's meaning was clear. Taking back the ancient god seal was enough. He shouldn't have brought Zhao Feng here. He was invited by Lord Wuheng. Ancient God Stillman's expression chilled. After her battle with ancient god Nethertooth and her 3 years together, the two of them had a good relationship. Ancient God Stillman's opinion of Zhao Feng had gradually improved. Upon hearing the words Lord Wuheng, the golden-armored man immediately lowered his head. At this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded from the countless mountains. "Stillmoon, invite the guest to my place." The entire world instantly fell silent as everyone lowered their heads in worship. Zhao Feng determined that the speaker was Exan Wuheng, but he couldn't tell which mountain the voice was coming from. "Let's go." Ancient God Stillmoon led Zhao Feng through the mountains until they arrived in front of an ancient yellow mountain. At the summit of this mountain was a simple and unadorned palace. A tall and straight figure stood in front of the palace. His appearance was ordinary, but the temperament and demeanor he exuded made people feel that he was extraordinary. He stood there quietly, but he seemed to have merged with the entire mountain. He was tall and imposing, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. "Zhao Feng, long time no see. Come in and have a chat." Exan Wuheng casually smiled. "You truly are unfathomable." Zhao Feng sighed as he entered the palace. Even though he had learned of Exan Wuheng's unordinary nature in the continent zone, the actual situation had far exceeded his expectations. Ever since Zhao Feng entered the ancient, desolate realm of gods, he had encountered one fortuitous encounter after another, even reaching rank 7, but he was still far inferior to Exan Wuheng. Based on what Zhao Feng sensed, Exan Wuheng was at least a rank 9 ancient god, but he was even more unfathomable than any rank 9 ancient god he had ever met. "I originally believed that you would need at least 500 years before we could meet again. I didn't think that you would progress so quickly." After sitting down, Exan Wuheng began to carefully examine Zhao Feng. 500 years. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Any other true god that came to the ancient, desolate realm of gods from another dimension would find it very difficult to reach Zhao Feng's level in another 1,000 years. But Exan Wuheng was able to predict 500 years, so he clearly knew that Zhao Feng's left eye was extraordinary. "I'll return it to you." Zhao Feng took out the ancient god seal. This item had always been Exan Wuheng's. In the last 3 years, he had studied the ancient god seal many times, and the more he studied it, the more he realized that the ancient god seal was not simple. In the end, he understood one thing. The ancient god seal had not been completely refined by him, because the ancient god seal had always had an owner, and that was Exan Wuheng. BZZZZ. The ancient god seal automatically floated to Exan Wuheng's side. Gradually, it began to exude a powerful aura. The surface of the ancient god seal was shrouded in white crystalline light. Another layer of the seal was undone, and the ancient god seal exuded the aura of a supreme quality divine artifact. You already know. Yes, this ancient god seal is the token of the Hall Master of the ancient god Hall. Xan Wuheng was rather surprised as he put away the ancient god seal. Ancient God Hall? Wasn't Xan Wuheng's faction Giant God Hall? What did it have to do with this ancient God Hall? 300 million years ago, there was a top-class 5-star faction in the Chixing Zone called Ancient God Hall. Even in the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods, it was quite famous. Ancient God Hall was managed by 2 major races, the Giant God race and the Ancient Soul race. Xan Wuheng slowly said, a hint of reminiscence in his voice. As it turned out, the Chixing Zone had no Giant God Hall or Ancient Soul Hall, only the 5-star superpower Ancient God Hall. The supreme ruler of Ancient God Hall was the Giant God race. But the unique trait of the Giant God race was that their bloodline had a rather low chance of being passed on, and their bloodline density was also low. Very few of them had a high bloodline density, so they gradually declined. The Ancient Soul race had more people, and although they were not ranked as high as the Giant God race, their bloodline density was higher and their methods were bizarre. They were dissatisfied with the current situation and schemed for a long time. In the end, they seized the throne and defeated the Giant God race. From then on, Ancient God Hall was renamed Ancient Soul Hall. Only a few of the old monsters of the ancient, desolate realm of gods knew of these secrets. So that's how it is. Zhao Feng's face was filled with shock as he listened to everything. He finally understood why Giant God Hall was hidden in such a well-hidden place. This was because Giant God Hall was still far weaker than Ancient Soul Hall, and Ancient Soul Hall would not let the Giant God race go. When I was surrounded by the Ancient Soul race before my divine soul was destroyed, I barely managed to open a path to the outer zone, but my physical body ended up in the continent zone. Even though my divine soul was destroyed and I could not be reborn from a drop of blood, as a God Lord, I could use my origin mark to reincarnate. Xan Wuheng said with a complicated expression. Zhao Feng had long ago expected this, but he had never imagined that in his previous life, Xan Wuheng was one of the strongest God Lords of the Giant God race. Thus, when Xan Wuheng came to the ancient, desolate realm of gods and inherited the position of Hall Master, no one objected. Why did you give such a precious, ancient God seal to me back then? Zhao Feng asked another question. The ancient God seal had originally been a supreme quality divine artifact, and it seemed to have other secrets. Xan Wuheng had given such an important item to Zhao Feng back in the continent zone. He found this rather hard to believe. When I inherited the bloodline and physical body of my previous life, Ancient Soul Hall sensed my existence. I predicted that a true god would descend upon the continent zone and bring with it a storm of destruction. So I gave each item from my previous life a legacy for you to choose from. One reason was to compensate you, and the other was to increase your strength to deal with the upcoming danger. As for the ancient god seal, you took it after passing the test. Xan Wuheng chuckled. He had not given the ancient god seal to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had relied on his own abilities to take it. Moreover, when Xan Wuheng inherited the power of his previous life and entered the ancient desolate realm of gods, he had been repeatedly pursued by Ancient Soul Hall. The ancient god seal was so important that it could not fall into the hands of Ancient Soul Hall. Thus, he planned to give it to someone else for safekeeping. But safekeeping the ancient god seal was also a kind of danger. A normal person would not be able to do it. Do you want to know the secret of the ancient god seal? Xan Wuheng suddenly asked. Zhao Feng froze. He naturally knew that the secret of the ancient god seal was extremely important, but Xan Wuheng had no intention of hiding it from Zhao Feng. After all, you helped me greatly and can be considered half an owner of the ancient god seal. It's only right that you know about it. Xan Wuheng prepared to reveal the secret, but at this moment, an incomparably heavy and oppressive energy descended upon the hall. It had to be known that the moment Zhao Feng entered this place, the hall had been surrounded by a defensive domain. However, that mysterious expert's aura ignored the defensive barrier and descended upon them. This energy was as heavy as a mountain. Even through the domain, Zhao Feng was unable to move. He felt like an insignificant ant, his life in the hands of another. He had experienced this feeling once before. God Lord. Zhao Feng was startled. Having met God Lord Heavenly Solitude before, he was able to determine the cultivation level of this person based on this intent. Wu Heng, you plan to tell the secret of the giant god race to an outsider? An elderly and dignified voice resounded through the hall. Chapter 1357. Wu Heng, you plan to tell the secret of the giant god race to an outsider? An elderly and dignified voice resounded through the hall. He has been the one guarding the ancient god seal for me this entire time, and he even personally came to return it to me, so I trust him. Xian Wu Heng had a calm expression. Zhao Feng knew that the ancient god seal contained a major secret, but he still came here and handed it over. Thus, telling Zhao Feng the secret of the ancient god seal was understandable. Back then, my giant god race also deeply trusted the ancient soul race, but what happened in the end? The elderly voice resounded once more, its words tinged with emotion, helplessness, and anger. Those not of my race will always have different intentions. Before Xian Wu Heng could speak, the elderly voice, suffused with boundless majesty, resounded through the world. At the same time, almost all the members of Giant God Hall walked out of their residences and sorrowfully looked up at the sky. Zhao Feng, don't take it to heart. The Grand Elder isn't targeting you. Xian Wu Heng knew that the Grand Elder had a deep hatred for the ancient soul race, so he stopped arguing and spoke to Zhao Feng. In his view, the giant god race was like this because it was too reliant on its bloodline, and it believed that its bloodline was superior, so it disdained the weaker ancient races. It lived too peacefully and without any sense of danger, resulting in such a tragedy. After experiencing all this, the giant god race had come to a profound understanding. Once it revived, it would be unstoppable and unstoppable. But now that the giant god race was facing a crisis from ancient Soul Hall, it needed a chance to rise again. Wu Heng, we've got what we want. Send him away. The Grand Elder continued. If the giant god race wanted to rise again, it needed the ancient god seal. I need his help. Xian Wu Heng flatly said. What, you plan to keep him here? A furious voice resounded through the hall. Zhao Feng felt like the sky was collapsing, and he was extremely oppressive. A moment later, an elder appeared in the hall. He was tall, had dark red skin, a dignified expression, and a head of white hair. He's a rank 8 ancient god. In an ordinary faction, he truly is a top-class expert, but to the current giant god race, he's useless. The great elder shouted. In truth, Giant God Hall was currently lacking experts. If they could get another rank 8 ancient god, they would naturally be willing. However, the Grand Elder had always held a grudge against outsiders. Moreover, the giant god race was in a critical period. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong. When I was reincarnated, I spent some time with Zhao Feng. I know him well. He has the ability to help me. But whether he is willing to help me or not, I have to ask him first. Xian Wu Heng suddenly stood up, unleashing a powerful bloodline aura that weakened the pressure on Zhao Feng. Since you value him so much, let me test him to see if he has the ability to do so. The great elder's expression did not change as he stared at Zhao Feng. Previously, he didn't care much about Zhao Feng, but he believed in Xian Wu Heng's flame light, so he was slightly interested in Zhao Feng. If you want to stay here, you have to fight with my nominal disciple. Otherwise, you can leave directly. The Grand Elder said to Zhao Feng. Xian Wu Heng grimaced. The Grand Elder's nominal disciple, ancient god Qingyan, had reached peak rank 8 not long ago and possessed extraordinary strength. However, he believed that Zhao Feng could defeat him. However, the Grand Elder's threatening method might make Zhao Feng unhappy and cause him to leave. This junior is willing to try. Zhao Feng's expression was indifferent. He truly did come here with the intention of helping Xan Wuheng, but this god lord's attitude toward him was truly displeasing. Since that was the case, he would use his strength to prove himself and give the other party a vicious slap in the face. Moreover, after 3 years of seclusion, Zhao Feng had gotten much stronger, but he had never fought in a real battle, so his hands were still itching. Xan Wuheng faintly smiled at Zhao Feng's reply. Okay. The Grand Elder bellowed, circulating his energy. He took Zhao Feng with him and left the hall. At the same time, a voice resounded through the hall. Wuheng, the ancient god seal is in hand. Go and make your preparations. I will deal with this brat. In a flash, Zhao Feng realized that he had arrived in a spacious area. This place had a circumference of tens of thousands of li and was protected by a protective array. Suddenly, there was a ripple in space, and then a golden-armored man appeared. Master, what business do you have with this disciple? Ancient god Chengyin respectfully bowed. You can have a spar with this outsider until a victor is decided, the Grand Elder indifferently said. The Grand Elder indifferently said, of his disciples, only ancient god Chengyin had a similar cultivation level to Zhao Feng. Although ancient god Chengyin was only a nominal disciple, he had the bloodline of the giant god race and possessed extraordinary strength. If a low-level outsider like Zhao Feng could defeat ancient god Chengyin, it would mean that he truly did possess terrifying talent and might prove useful to the giant god race. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. This ancient god Chengyin was actually the golden-armored ancient god who had treated him with extreme hostility when he first entered Giant God Hall. At the same time, more and more people began to gather outside the array. I heard that outsider wants to have a match with the Grand Elder's nominal disciple, ancient god Changyin. How could a low-level outsider be a match for ancient god Changyin? The crowd began to chatter. Please enlighten me. The moment Changyin spoke, he activated his giant god race bloodline. In a flash, the world began to glow brightly and an enormous golden-armored giant appeared, exuding an immense pressure. Ancient god Chengyin had activated his bloodline, clearly intending to end this battle as quickly as possible. After all, he had no interest in outsiders, and he was fighting for his master, so he needed to win with absolute advantage. This person's body is much larger than ancient god Stillman's. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. The giant god race bloodline could not be underestimated. Giant god blazing wind palm. The nearly 10,000-foot-tall ancient god Changyin swung his palm, blotting out the sun. In a flash, the entire region was engulfed in fierce gales. Suddenly, an enormous palm of wind shot toward Zhao Feng. Swish! Zhao Feng immediately used spatial blink to escape ancient god Qinyan's attack range. Boom! Bang! The palm struck the ground, carving out a deep chasm. The power of the attack was enough to make one tremble in fear. That's all there is to this. That outsider's bloodline is so low-level that he can't even compare to ancient god Changyin. Ancient god Changyin has gotten much stronger. His wind intent has reached the peak of level 6, and with the addition of the giant god race bloodline, that brat can only dodge. The spectators began to cry out in alarm. At this moment, a bewitching man with purple and blood-red hair arrived and stared at Zhao Feng. This person's arrival immediately drew strange gazes from the crowd. Nan Gongsheng, just like you, he's an outsider. He wants to stay here, but his luck isn't as good as yours. He must first get past ancient god Chengyin. A young ancient god looked at the bewitching man and smiled. He will win, Nan Gongsheng flatly said. Inwardly, however, Nan Gongsheng was extremely unsatisfied. I didn't think that you were already a rank 8 ancient god. My giant god race bloodline possesses both strength and defense, and its offensive power is immense. Where can you hide? Ancient god Chengyin was like a towering giant, his 2 palms surging with profound wind intent. Fierce gale, heaven dragon strike. Ancient god Chang Yin twisted his palms, unleashing a powerful storm of energy. Ancient god Qing Yun's supreme technique has an extremely large range. That brat has nowhere to hide. It seems like it's about to end. How boring. Everyone originally believed that the battle would continue for a little longer. But ancient god Qing Yun immediately used his supreme technique. A dark storm dragon exuding berserk energy charged at Zhao Feng. In front of the giant dragon, Zhao Feng's tiny body was like a tiny bug, extremely fragile. This time, Zhao Feng did not dodge. His body remained motionless, but his body rippled with dazzling divine power. Chaos Origin shattering God Fist. Fusing many intents together, Zhao Feng fiercely punched. Instantly, a gigantic shadow of a dark fist charged toward the sky at an extremely fast speed. It was as if nothing could stop it from moving forward. Bang! Bang! The massive storm dragon was pierced through by Zhao Feng's fist. One had to realize that after reaching the third level of the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin divine power was practically unrivaled among rank 8s. How could this be? Ancient god Qing Yun was stunned. Even though he was a member of the giant god race, he had actually lost to an ordinary rank 8 ancient god of a foreign race in terms of divine power. At this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye surged with powerful eye intent. A soul attack! Ancient god Cheng Yun grimaced. The other people outside the array also froze. When soul attacks were mentioned, the first thing they thought of was the ancient soul race. In addition, the soul truly was the giant god race's weakness. Wind, lightning, illusion world. Zhao Feng's left eye immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning. This lightning energy continued to expand, absorbing the wind energy of the world into an enormous net of wind lightning that bound ancient god Qing Yun. Swish! At every moment, the wind lightning net exuded destructive wind lightning energy that inflicted enormous damage to ancient god Qing Yun's soul and body. At the same time, Zhao Feng's left eye was connected to the wind lightning net, sending out powerful illusion Dao energy that, together with the paralyzing power of the lightning energy, affected ancient god Qing Yun's mind and lowered his resistance. His opponent was a member of the giant god race, so small-scale eye bloodline techniques were useless. During his 3 years of seclusion, Zhao Feng had also thought of this point, so he began to research large-scale soul attacks. The wind lightning illusion world was one of them. Moreover, this eye bloodline technique was extremely flexible, and its lightning energy could be used with wood, water, and metal intents. Ancient god Cheng Yun screamed as he was restrained and tortured by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. Zhao Feng's soul intent was already infinitely close to that of a rank 9 ancient god. Even without using his origin energy, ancient god Qing Yun would find it very difficult to resist his eye bloodline technique. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly began to ripple with eye intent. It was clear that he was about to use another eye bloodline technique. Stop! At this moment, the great elder spoke up. At this moment, it was as if the world had stopped for a moment. All the power disappeared like smoke, as if it had never existed before. Victory has been decided. The great elder threw down these words and floated away. As a god lord, he was able to see many things from this brief exchange. If this battle continued, the loser would be ancient god Qing Yun, so it was better to end it here so that the giant god race wouldn't lose too much face. No. How could this be? Ancient god Qing Yun was extremely unwilling, but he didn't dare to defy the grand elder. With the battle over, Zhao Feng prepared to leave, but he suddenly noticed a bewitching man with violet hair in the crowd. Chapter 1358. Nangongsheng. Zhao Feng called out in alarm. He had never imagined that he would see Nangongsheng here. Whoosh! Zhao Feng flew over. The nearby members of the giant god race still didn't like Zhao Feng, But Xiao Feng had obtained the Grand Elder's approval and was rumored to have a relationship with Hall Master Wu Heng, so they didn't provoke Xiao Feng. I didn't think that you'd be here. Xiao Feng faintly smiled. Nan Gongsheng was now a rank 6 true god. After all, he had inherited the power of an ancient god, and his talent for cultivation had always been superb. It was very normal for him to reach this level. What was even rarer was that the evil intent in Nan Gongsheng's body seemed to be weaker than it had been in the continent zone. When I came to the ancient, desolate realm of gods, I happened to run into Xan Wuheng. I had nowhere else to go, so I followed him here. Nan Gongsheng explained. In truth, he was extremely lucky. Back then, he had offended a 4.5-star faction and almost been hunted to death. In the end, Xan Wuheng had saved his life. Xan Wuheng then helped him suppress the evil intent in his body, causing his temperament to improve. That's right, let me meet an old friend. Xiao Feng faintly smiled as he called out Kuan Yin. Nan Gongsheng. Kuan Yin. The two of them were slightly surprised and spoke at the same time. Kuan Yin stared at Nan Gongsheng. He sensed that the other had an unfathomable cultivation and couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, after inheriting a portion of ancient god Xiayang's power, it wasn't strange for Nan Gongsheng to reach this level. Moreover, Nan Gongsheng had entered the ancient, desolate realm of gods before becoming a true god. The three looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They hadn't expected the three experts of the Hall of Gods to gather together. Now that they thought about it, so much time had passed. In the continent zone, the three had come together because of their mutual interests. But now that they weren't bound by any benefits, the three chatted as they walked, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed and carefree. In the end, Kuan Yin decided to stay here. Although this place was discriminated against by outsiders, it was much better than Black Devil Peak for him. He wanted to fight and kill in this adversity, constantly getting stronger so that he could catch up to Nan Gongsheng. To him, Xiao Feng was too far out of reach. "All right, Nan Gongsheng, I have something for you." Xiao Feng suddenly remembered that he had duplicated a large amount of deity elixir before. He had given a portion to Kuan Yin before, but Kuan Yin had been holding on to it, waiting for the right opportunity to use it. Whoosh! Xiao Feng took out a small glass bottle that contained some white crystal liquid. This is the Heavenly God Elixir. It has a chance of helping a Tier 9 true god break through to the next level. The lower one's cultivation, the greater the chance. Furthermore, the foundation won't be unstable. Xiao Feng gave it to them. As for when to use it, it was up to them. There is actually such a treasure. Nan Gongsheng was stunned. He could tell how precious the Heavenly God Elixir was from its medicinal effects, and he decided to directly consume it to break through to the ancient god realm. Just like that, Xiao Feng spent several days in Giant God Hall. On this day, Xan Wuheng's voice rang out in Xiao Feng's mind. "Xiao Feng, come to me." When he arrived at Xan Wuheng's hall, Xiao Feng discovered that almost all the experts of the giant god race above rank 8 were gathered here. "Wu Heng, you also called him over?" The Grand Elder next to Xan Wuheng slightly frowned. The entire hall instantly fell silent. The other giant god race experts were also somewhat averse to Xiao Feng. After all, what was going to happen next was the most important secret of the giant god race. If not for the fact that the giant god race had so few members, they might not have had the chance to participate. But at this moment, an outsider had actually joined in. "Xiao Feng once helped me safeguard the ancient god seal and was even pursued by ancient Soul Hall, but he still delivered the ancient god seal to me. In order to repay him, I have decided to have him participate in this matter," Xan Wuheng solemnly said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Many of the experts present only slightly shook their heads at these words. Xiao Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Xan Wuheng, who was not even a god lord, would still be able to command such respect from the position of Hall Master. However, he had also heard a few things about Xan Wuheng from Nan Gongsheng. In his last life, Xan Wuheng had been a peerless genius of the giant god race. Not only was his bloodline extremely thick, his comprehension ability was also superb. In just 3,000 years, he had become a god lord and could be considered a legend in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. At that time, the giant god race had placed all its hopes on him. If not for the sudden change in ancient god hall, Xan Wuheng might have become the god king who could dictate the fate of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. At this time, the members of the giant god race had probably also placed all their hopes on Xan Wuheng, firmly believing that Xan Wuheng would lead them to rise. Zhao Feng, this ancient god seal, is not merely the symbol of the ancient god hall master status, but also the key to opening the most mysterious ancestral legacy treasury of the giant god race. At this moment, Xan Wuheng finally revealed the secret of the ancient god seal. Ancestral legacy treasury? Zhao Feng's heart moved as he listened. In a distant era, the bloodline of the giant god race was thin, and their comprehension ability was average. At a certain time, their ancestor accidentally opened a mysterious treasury, allowing the race to give birth to several god lords in a few short millennia. In the end, the race became one of the apex 5-star factions of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Several god lords in a row, this ancestral legacy treasury is simply too inconceivable. Zhao Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. If this is true, then once we can open the ancestral legacy treasury and control its benefits, the giant god race will soon be strong enough to contend against ancient Soul Hall. It was hard to imagine that the ancient god seal he had been using all this time was connected to such a major secret. Wu Heng, open the giant god race ancestral legacy treasury. The rest of you go in. I'll stand guard here, the Grand Elder indifferently said. As the strongest expert, he had given up the right to enter the treasury to stand guard over the giant god race. From this, one could see that the Grand Elder truly was thinking of the giant god race. Buzz, BZZZ. At this moment, the barrier outside the hall began to tremble. The Grand Elder's brow creased as he sent out his divine sense to communicate with the people outside. Not good. Ancient Soul Hall is attacking. The Grand Elder grimaced. If we open the treasury now, once Ancient Soul Hall attacks, we'll be finished. Damn. They actually know where we are. The upper echelon members sighed. There might be a spy. A rank 8 ancient god with a cold and sinister gaze whispered. Everyone turned to Zhao Feng in unison. For ancient Soul Hall to attack at this crucial moment was far too strange. It was normal to suspect that there was a spy. Zhao Feng had only recently arrived and was an outsider, so he naturally became the #1 suspect. Retreat for now. The Grand Elder's expression darkened as he vanished from the hall. At the same time, everyone else left. It didn't take long for all the members of Giant God Hall to gather. Retreat from this place, the Grand Elder bellowed as he took out a massive fortress made of steel. The fortress was surrounded by flying wings. It was clearly a large flying tool. A few seconds later, everyone had entered the fortress. Boom! The ancient castle rumbled as it shot up into the sky. Once it reached a certain altitude, the fortress pierced through the dimension and arrived near the sea. The distant world was pitch black, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. Remnants of the giant god race, hand over the ancient god seal and surrender. An ancient soul race god lord with a translucent body whose facial features could not be seen spoke in a cold and sinister voice. Ancient soul race, God Lord Gloomhaven. The Grand Elder angrily glared. Besides God Lord Gloomhaven, Ancient Soul Hall also had another God Lord, and the total number of ancient god experts they had far surpassed the giant god race. Not good. Ancient Soul Hall is already attacking. In terms of speed, the ancient soul race far surpassed the ancient god race. Moreover, The giant god race was traveling on large flying tools, making them even slower. The other members of the giant god race understood this point. Everyone, follow me to intercept Ancient Soul Hall and give Lord Wu-Heng a chance to escape, the Grand Elder suddenly said. This was the best option. The fortress instantly fell silent. This was a choice that concerned their lives. But to everyone's surprise, the vast majority quickly agreed. As members of Giant God Hall, Nangong Sheng and Xen Wuheng had no reason to run, and they did not run. Zhao Feng walked over and gave the pair some life-saving treasures. Wuheng, take a few people with you and secretly escape. Open the giant god race's treasury. The Grand Elder solemnly gazed at Xen Wuheng. At the same time, everyone in the fortress stared at their hallmaster. At this moment, the one under the greatest pressure was actually Xen Wuheng. Of course, we won't be fighting to the death. We just need to delay them for a few moments and then flee with all our might. The Grand Elder began to explain the strategy. At a certain moment, the ancient flying fortress of the giant god race stopped in the air. Are you going to surrender? God, Lord, Gloomhaven sneered. In truth, they had discovered giant god halls hiding place long ago. They had waited until now to wait for the giant god race to take back the ancient god seal. After all, the ancient god seal was in Zhao Feng's hands, and the spiritual race that Zhao Feng belonged to was a tough nut to crack. You underestimate the giant god race too much. The Grand Elder flew out of the fortress, a terrifying bloodline energy erupting from him. At this moment, dazzling white light illuminated the heavens, driving away all darkness. Boom! An indescribably massive giant loomed over the earth. In a flash, mountains and rivers crumbled, and the earth shattered as if the entire world had been struck by an apocalyptic calamity. Giant God Race, God, Lord, Gloomhaven, gravely stared at the Grand Elder. The majority of the Giant God Race members had extremely thin bloodlines, and very few had very thick bloodlines. However, the Grand Elder was one of them, a true expert of the Giant God Race. In a one-on-one fight, he did not dare to fight the Grand Elder head-on. Someone just escaped from the fortress. Another god, Lord of Ancient Soul Hall, suddenly called out. Go after them. God, Lord Gloomhaven called out, and then he vanished and appeared in front of the Grand Elder. No one should even think about getting through. The Grand Elder angrily bellowed. With a wave of his hand, a massive earthen yellow wall appeared behind him, seemingly cutting the world in two. At the same time, the other members of Giant God Hall charged forward. The moment the Grand Elder revealed his true body, Xan Wuheng led a group of people in a secret escape. Zhao Feng was also in this group. He was an outsider, so the Giant God Race naturally could not allow him to stay behind and do something like this. The top 20 ancient god lords truly are capable of destroying the world. Zhao Feng could still see the battle between the two factions with his left eye. The Grand Elder had given Zhao Feng far more shock than God, Lord, Heavenly Solitude had. It was as if the Grand Elder could completely annihilate a 4.5-star faction with a stomp of his foot. Chapter 1359. Lord Wuhen, where are we going? Ancient God Chengyun asked. The Grand Elder had chosen 3 people to follow Xan Wuheng. The Rank 8 Ancient God Sundermount, the Peak Rank 8 Ancient God Chengyun, and the Peak Rank 8 Ancient God Resplendence. After all, the majority of the ancient gods needed to remain on the battlefield to restrain the members of Ancient Soul Hall. 3 people was the maximum number of people that could be mobilized. Leave this place as soon as possible. Only then can our clansmen evacuate earlier. Xian Wuheng whispered. As long as they were out of danger, the remaining Giant God Race members would be able to flee. Therefore, Xian Wuheng didn't have a target now. He just needed to run as far away as he could. Someone's coming. Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. Ancient Soul Hall had the advantage in numbers and strength. Even if the giant god race used all its strength, it would not be able to stop everyone. Moreover, Ancient Soul Hall's true goal was the ancient god seal. They would naturally think of a way to break through the chief elder's defenses. "How's the situation?" Xian Wuheng asked directly. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't sensed anything, but Xian Wuheng trusted Zhao Feng completely and asked directly. 1 rank 9 ancient god and 2 rank 8s. Zhao Feng used his own observations to determine the other party's cultivation. These 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall quickly entered the range of their senses. That's true. Ancient God Resplendence found this somewhat hard to believe. Could Zhao Feng's divine sense be stronger than theirs? There are only 3 of us. Even if they catch up, they won't be able to do anything to us. Ancient God Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a large army chasing them, perhaps even a half-step god lord or a god lord, then the only thing that awaited them was death. No, they probably don't intend to fight us. Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. Ancient God Qingyan and the others were confused for a moment, and then they understood. They won't be a match for us in a fight. I'm afraid their goal is to follow us. Ancient God Resplendent's expression darkened. As long as those 3 didn't lose track of them, Ancient Soul Hall would be able to send reinforcements. At that time, the giant god race would find it difficult to escape. Damn it, it's actually like this. Ancient God Sundermount was furious. The Ancient Soul Hall trio maintained a certain distance from them, neither following nor falling behind. It was extremely difficult for them to shake off the other party completely. But if they fought back, the giant god race would definitely not accept the challenge. If they focused on dodging, the giant god race would not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, if they chose to counterattack and did not end things quickly, they would be delaying the giant god race and placing them in an even more dangerous situation. For a moment, the 4 members of the giant god race, including Zhao Feng, all turned grim. I have an idea. In the depressing atmosphere, Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. The 4 members of the giant god race were pleasantly surprised. What is it? Xian Wuheng immediately asked. The situation was so urgent that even he could do nothing about it. I'll stay, you guys go first. 400,000 kilometers away. Haha. As long as we don't lose track of them, once Ancient Soul Hall sends reinforcements, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop and take back the ancient God Seal. The leading black-robed elder of the ancient soul race sneered. Their goal was the ancient God Seal. Compared to the ancient God Seal, killing the members of the giant god race was not that important. Elder, just what is the ancient God Seal in the hands of the giant god race? To actually make Ancient Soul Hall go through so much trouble? A red-skinned man asked. He was not a member of the Ancient Soul race and did not know many things. A long time ago, Ancient Soul Hall was jointly ruled by the Ancient Soul race and the Giant God race. The reason the Ancient Soul race turned on each other and murdered the Giant God race was because of the Ancient God Seal. The black-robed old man said with a smile. What is the secret of the ancient God Seal? The red-skinned man listened attentively and asked, what secrets did the ancient God Seal hide to make the 2 races turn against each other? This ancient God Seal can open the giant God race's ancestral legacy treasury. Did you know that it was precisely because of this ancestral legacy treasury that the giant God race was able to produce 2 God Lords in just several thousand years? The other 2 rank 8 ancient gods were flabbergasted by these words. Apart from God Kings, God Lords were the absolute experts of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. This is too powerful. I must get it. The 2 rank 8 ancient gods immediately revealed looks of greed. It's rumored that the ancestral legacy treasury doesn't just contain the secret to becoming a God Lord. It might also involve the mythical races ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 ancient races. The black-robed old man said softly, one of the top 10 ancient races, The other two ancient gods felt their hearts tremble. Even a race as powerful as the giant god race was only ranked 15th, and the top 10 were all forbidden races that had almost gone extinct in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. For example, the 7th-ranked light race, the 8th-ranked golden crow race, and the 9th-ranked destruction dragon race were all forbidden existences of legends. And this ancient treasury was actually connected to one of the top 10 ancient races. Elder, the situation has changed. The red-skinned man paused. What's going on? That kid stayed behind to stop us in order to protect the giant god race? The other rank 8 ancient god couldn't help but smile. Through their divine senses, they could sense that Zhao Feng had suddenly stopped while the others swiftly teleported away. Their divine senses could sense that there was no change in the soul auras of the fleeing people. This meant that this was not a trick. Xian Wuhing's group had truly left. Kill him as quickly as possible. We can't lose him. The black-robed elder's eyes flashed with cold light. Swish, swish, swish. A moment later, the three of them used instant movement to get close to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, I truly admire your righteousness. You're actually willing to sacrifice your life for the giant god race. But there's no point in you trying to stop us. The black-robed elder roared, powerful ripples of soul energy erupting from his body. Relax. Once you die, they'll quickly come to keep you company. The red-skinned man wickedly chuckled. 2 rank 8 ancient gods and 1 rank 9 ancient god immediately attacked, intending to instantly kill Zhao Feng. But Zhao Feng stood his ground, his expression unperturbed. Haha, did none of you see that this is a trap? Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Oh no. The black-robed elder's expression darkened. Although he still hadn't sensed anything strange, Zhao Feng's words made him feel even more ill at ease. But Zhao Feng's words might just be delaying for time. No matter what, he had to kill him first. Soul destruction wave. The black-robed elder circulated his soul energy and prepared to unleash a powerful soul attack. Come out. Zhao Feng's left eye immediately began to turn. BZZZ. Swoosh. For vortexes of eye intent suddenly appeared in front of him, revealing 4 figures. This is a spatial technique. The black-robed elder immediately understood. It turned out that when Zhao Feng had placed a mark on the 4 members of the giant god race, they had only escaped the range of the ancient Soul Hall members' divine senses, but not completely escaped. Now that ancient Soul Hall was approaching, Zhao Feng used the mark to use spatial movement to instantly teleport the 4 members of the giant god race. Ancient Soul Hall die. The moment ancient god resplendence appeared, she circulated her bloodline power and punched. Although her body had not grown larger, the image of an enormous arm appeared around her fist, suffused with immense power. Giant god finger. Xian Wuhing activated his bloodline power, gathered the energy of the world, and thrust out a finger. Around that plain finger light, a giant shadow of a finger suddenly appeared. It gathered the power of Earth Upanishad between heaven and earth. It was like a pillar that could hold up the sky as it shot out. Even before this finger descended, the members of Ancient Soul Hall were already under immense pressure. The blood in the bodies of the 2 rank 8 ancient gods froze, and they couldn't even move or flee. The black-robed elder stared in shock at this sight. The majority of the giant god race members didn't have very terrifying fighting power, but the true members of the giant god race with a thick bloodline possessed destructive power. For example, the current Xian Wuhing made him not even have any thoughts of fighting back. Ancient soul body change. The black-robed elder stopped his soul attack and used a different secret art. A moment later, his body turned pitch black and transparent, as if he had completely become a soul body. Ancient god attacks could penetrate the soul, so soul bodies were immune to the majority of cold. However, the ancient soul race possessed extremely formidable soul defenses. When using this secret art, they could normally block a fatal blow from an expert a minor level higher than them. Boom! Bang! Crash! At this moment, the attacks of the giant god race exploded forward. Humph! A bunch of clowns! Ancient god Chung Yun coldly snorted. In a direct clash, the 3 members of Ancient Soul Hall were instantly killed. At this moment, whoosh! In the explosion, a weak black light quickly leaped out. Not good. That rank 9 ancient god used a secret art to escape. Ancient god Sundermount called out in alarm. In soul form, one's speed was several times that of an ordinary ancient god, making it extremely difficult to catch up. Suddenly, an eye intent flashed past. Kakrak, the black-robed elder, who had just fled more than 100,000 li away, was struck by a ball of tribulation lightning flame. The elder's soul had been severely injured after escaping from the attacks of the giant god race, and now he was struck by Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye flame. After struggling for a few moments, the elder was dead. Dead. Ancient god Qingyan was shocked. The others couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng. He was naturally the one who had unleashed that eye bloodline technique. But even though it was clearly an instantaneous eye bloodline technique, Zhao Feng seemed to have seen through it from the very start. He knew the black-robed elder's path of escape, and his eye bloodline technique was so precise that it instantly killed the weakened elder. Let's go! Xian Wuheng called out. Every second they wasted here was paid for with the lives of the other members of the giant god race. Swish! 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 The group hurriedly used instant movement to flee. A day later, the group stopped in a desolate and sparse area of Yuanqi. What's the situation? Xian Wuheng looked at Zhao Feng. I didn't find anything. We should be safe. Zhao Feng said, Lord Wuheng, what should we do next? Ancient god Sundermount immediately asked, Open the ancestral legacy treasury. All of you, come with me. Xian Wuheng solemnly said. The others immediately trembled. They had only ever heard about the ancestral legacy treasury controlled by the giant god race, but they had never seen it for themselves. We must obtain enormous benefits from the ancestral legacy treasury so that the giant god race can rise again. Ancient god Changyan patted his chest and said, The group traveled underground and laid down a concealment array. Swish! Xian Wuheng took out the ancient god seal and prepared to open the ancestral legacy treasury.